HendsHealth.com.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
The NBA is happening Christmas Day. 5 games, 1 unforgettable lineup.
That's what Christmas is all about.
Buckets for breakfast, breakaways for dessert. It's the holiday tradition.
Christmas is our day.
With star power from across the globe.
The stars, they are going to be out.
The best gift, you don't even have to unwrap it.
We want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year!
NBA Christmas Day begins at noon Eastern on ABC and ESPN.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm with Vince Bloom, the big deal guy at Folsom Lake Dodge.
Vince! Actually, this time of year, you can call me the Holiday Big Deal Guy.
The Holiday Big Deal Guy!
Because during the wrap-up-the-year sales event at Folsom Lake Dodge, you can save over $18,000 net savings off MSRP on a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4.
I'll take it.
And for a stocking stuffer,
keys to a Jeep,
a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler 4-door Sport S. Right now, I've got one for only $36,995.
That's why they call you
The Big Deal Guy.
So over $18,000 off a Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab.
And a Jeep Wrangler Sport for only $36,995. But you'll only find these big holiday deals at one place.
That's right, only one place.
At Folsom Lake Dodge.
In the Folsom Auto Mall.
And online at FolsomLakeDodge.com.
Ram includes 9873 dealer discount plus 8207 in national stackable and holiday bonus cash. Then SN 667196. Jeep includes 4250 dealer discount plus 12750 in bonus national retail loyalty and holiday cash. Must be current owner of FCA vehicle to qualify for loyalty bonus cash. Then SW 543907. See dealer details. Expires 1/2/26.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Amateur players will be pleased to know that the USGA doesn't object to a friendly bet with your weekend foursome. Friendly bets include soft drinks after the round, hot dogs at the turn, or even a $2 Nassau, one of the most widely used bets in golf. It takes its name from the Nassau County Country Club of Glen Cove, Long Island, one of the many clubs frequented by the well-to-do in the late 19th century. As the story goes, matches between these clubs were often reported in the local newspapers, sometimes to the embarrassment of wealthy industrialists coming out the loser. The Nassau captain, J.B. Coles Tappan, then devised a format where the worst possible result could not be reported as anything more than a 3-0 defeat. In a Nassau, 3 equal wagers are placed on the first 9, the second 9, and 18-hole total. A $2 Nassau is sometimes referred to as a 2-2-2 bet. Some play better with a bet to keep their attention, others are nervous at the thought of losing. Whatever your choice, golf is a game, have some fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
Yes. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. I'm in a great mood. Let me just say that. Today is holiday party day. And look, you can probably tell just from listening to me on the radio if you're listening on 1140 a.m., if you are listening / watching on the Sactown Sports app, okay, or on YouTube. I'm a schmoozer. You know what I mean? This is where I do my best work. This is where I get to talk to the sales team. This is where I lay the groundwork to make some money in 2026. All right, so it's going to be a really fun show. I'm not letting anything get me down. You have, and I said this before, I think it was our sister station in Seattle. They have a segment where they'll read off mean text messages that they'll get from their listeners. So I don't know that we'll get to all of them, but you could say anything to me. You are not ruining my mood. I love holiday parties. I really do. And if you got some holiday parties coming up, I hope you enjoy them. Take advantage. I was talking to one of our sales people today downstairs, and my guy Scott, all right? And Scott says, I can't go. I'm too busy. Brother, if the company is giving you food and bevies, you go. I don't care how busy you are. And you got to have a real excuse to not go. If there's free food and bevies, I'm going to make me a nice plate. And and they're giving away prizes. Oh, no. And I get the schmooze. Oh, no. I got to be there.
The nicest plate.
Oh, I got to be there. I will have the nicest plate. And then when you show up late, because it starts at 1, then it's a green light. I can just grab whatever the bleep I want, because everybody else already been through the line at least once or twice. So I'm in a great mood. Okay, De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes, they disappeared. Okay, they got clamped up in the championship game. Mike Brown gets the NBA Cup, all right, even though he benched Mikal Bridges, which, by the way, when are we going to start making fun of the Knicks for that deal? When are we going to start making fun of the Knicks for that deal? I know Mikal Bridges, he's been very confusing. He's had, because somebody got on me yesterday because I said, what's going on here? And he had the two swats, right? He blocked the 2 shots to get them to, the Eastern Conference Finals. And at the beginning of those playoffs, he's had some good stretches, for sure. Some good plays. But there are just other times where different coaches now, Tibbs and Mike Brown, have said, no, we're going to go with Tyler Kolek. We're going to go with Tyler Kolek. That's what we're going to do. Mikal, your extension and the 4 first-rounders that we traded for you, we don't care. We don't care. Just like Mike Tomlin says, you can sit Joe Bleep on the bench, and they won. So Mike Brown brings a NBA Cup to New York, and of course, they could not touch the Michelob Ultra because everybody would make fun of them, and Josh Hart was doing weird stuff with Jalen Brunson because that's what Josh Hart does, and then we move forward. So a shout out to the Knicks winning the NBA Cup and the Spurs for getting there. Wemby, of course, was on a minutes restriction, so that was kind of weird. I know I just took a dig at De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes, but it's all in good fun. Like I said, they didn't have full-on Wemby. I really like this kid, Dylan Harper, though. Dylan Harper, I'm trying to see what he's going to evolve into because he is a bit smaller, but I like the fact that he can shoot because nobody else on that team can shoot besides Wemby. So I like the fact that he can shoot. I like the fact that he's not scared to shoot, and I love how he gets to the rack. So I like what I'm seeing there. Stephon Castle is very interesting to me, just looking at him. And it's funny. So yesterday when I hopped on the show, I texted Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross and Christopher Ladd when they were talking about De'Aaron Fox. And I mentioned how De'Aaron Fox said that you're looking, most of the best players in this league are wings, right? So I couldn't find that quote. Okay, I couldn't find the quote. Frankie Cardicelli, he was able to find it for me, and he sent it to me. And then Chris Watkins said, I'm going to get you Google for Christmas, Allen. So they were roasting me in the group chat, but I could not find it. And with how the league has kind of gone, you see the different players and the different directions where, it could be one guy one night, it could be Wemby another, and De'Aaron Fox, he was in a position where, all right, Wemby's on a minutes restriction, and it's really hard to figure it out right now, and ultimately they couldn't get it done, but the Knicks do, so shout out to them. So it was a great game. It was a great, NBA Cup, the best that it could be. And to close the loop on, Dylan Harper, I like what I've seen from him. I'm just trying to figure out where that stuff fits. And the Stephon Castle piece, I do feel like he is a good hub. I'm just trying to figure out, he's got to get better at shooting, but they do have, going back to the different Spurs players, they do have a little bit of redundancy there. And the reason I was looking back to bring it all together, the reason I was looking for that quote, and while I was looking for the quote, I saw Sam Amick write about the Kings trying to get Stephon Castle. So that's why I was watching it with a certain level of focus and intensity, because in this weird world, the Kings did get Stephon Castle, and we know ultimately they made him untouchable. But rewatching it now and viewing him as the Rookie of the Year untouchable piece, it's interesting. I mean, I think the Kings could have got him. But at that time, he was the shiny toy. We don't know at that time that the Spurs are going to get Dylan Harper. We don't know at that time that, I guess we knew that they were going to get De'Aaron Fox, but we didn't know a lot of things. Rewatching it, I don't know where Stephon Castle's ceiling is. I think he's a good player, but they got some guys where you're trying to pick and choose, all right, who is going to be that guy? I like Dylan Harper because I think he's more advanced scoring the basketball. I like Stephon Castle because he's a bit bigger. You know what I mean? And he is more of that prototypical hub that we're seeing these days. He's a guard, but he looks big on the court. Dylan Harper, he looks kind of small on the court, but he scores.
Yeah, the Spurs are kind of in a weird position right now because I saw that closing lineup yesterday. It was Fox, Castle, Harper, Vassell, and I think it was Cornette. I don't know if Wemby was playing down the stretch, but like Devin Vassell playing the 4 is kind of crazy. So like eventually they're going to have to move out the guards for a more prototypical forward, I think, if they're going to make deep runs in the playoffs. And again, I'm not saying that's Giannis. I'm not saying they're going to do it tomorrow, but I don't know if they can get away with playing Fox, Harper, and Castle defensively
they didn't.
Down the stretch.
They didn't. They lost.
They didn't, but I'm also acknowledging that, like, Dylan Harper is 19 and might get better defensively. De'Aaron Fox is not a terrible defender. It's kind of confusing because he's a point of attack guy, etc. And Castle is a really good defender, but if they're going to have him guarding 3s and 4s, then I don't know I don't know if that's utilizing his skill set to the best of his abilities.
And Dylan Harper is a lefty, so I always like watching a lefty shoot. Kyle, am I tripping? And maybe I'm just comparing him to Neek Clifford now because I got in a little bit of trouble for my Neek Clifford take, so we're going to do even more of it today. Kyle, they're saying Dylan Harper is 6'5". He looks 6'5" to you on the court?
I mean, 6'3", 6'4".
Right? I guess he kind of looks like De'Aaron. He looks small to me.
He's smaller than De'Aaron, I would say. That would be my guess. I mean, it's probably not by much, but...
And I just don't think, in the short term, to your point, Kyle, it's cool if you have De'Aaron. You can't have De'Aaron and Dylan Harper as a closing backcourt. Even though De'Aaron is a good defender, there's just not enough size out there. So I don't know what they do. And then for your 3 to be Castle, who Castle is bigger, but you just can't have those 3 as your 1, 2, 3. And everybody was wondering, Kyle, if the Spurs would be able to pull it off offensively because of the lack of shooting. I think the issue is defensively. To your point, you got Castle who goes 6'6". That's a small 3 these days. So they got to figure that out, and the Knicks took care of business, so good for them.
Yeah, I mean, you play who you have. I'm not even saying, like, it's a bad thing right now. I'm just saying once they get further down the line, I think they're going to have to make some choices about those 3 and who to prioritize. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know when they do it, but it seems like the case. By the way, my guy Jeremy Sohan, DNP-CD.
Oh my goodness!
Yesterday.
I mean, he's out. He's clapping though. He's gonna give some high fives.
We could
just free him.
How could we have not gotten him? Again, I know I do this every time we bring it up, but like I didn't even need Castle. I would have taken Sohan in the Fox trade. I mean, come on, we couldn't have even gotten him. He don't even play anymore.
No, he doesn't. Even
He couldn't take Harrison Barnes' lunch. And he just doesn't play anymore.
Yeah.
We couldn't have even got Sohan.
Yeah, he is. And I believe that when I was grinding that film on him, he will be a restricted free agent at the end of the season. So he's probably gone. His time in San Antonio is probably over.
It's restricted free agency. Who's got the cap space?
Who's gonna use that cap space for Jeremy Sohan?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So maybe they sign him on a small deal and then move him just to, I don't know, get some type of trade compensation back in return. So we'll keep an eye on that as other trades have not happened. Okay, so the two days have passed, okay, the 15th and the 16th, where if you traded somebody, just like Dennis Schroeder was traded last season, you could then use that player in another trade. You could trade him again. So, Kyle, nobody is in that position now. If a trade gets made today, that player will be on that team until the end of the season.
Correct.
Okay, so those 48 hours clearly, and I saw Mark Stein and others talking about it, they really thought that would convince some teams to start moving. Clearly that wasn't the case because nobody did everything. So we'll give you an update. We have that sound that we talked about, Michael Scotto talking about the current markets and what's going on with Trae Young, what's going on with Lauri Markkanen. So we have that for you, and we will give you an update on what possibly could happen. We also have an answer, a profound answer from Keegan on losing and camaraderie. Keegan was talking about how he has basically never lost this much in his life, and how that is affecting him and how that is affecting the team. And we're seeing a shift, okay? We're seeing a shift when it comes to Doug Christie and his talking points. Doug Christie's talking points are more so about development. So my question is, when will the playing time kind of match how he's talking and how he is slowly but surely, just like everyone else, and we spent all that time on Domantas Sabonis yesterday. You can check that out on YouTube and the Sactown Sports app. How is that going to shift when it comes to the playing time? Because clearly he is not focused on, well, let me make sure I phrase this properly. He's not focused on, it doesn't seem like he's focused on short-term success, right? Doug is not necessarily looking, ain't nobody looking at the standings. Remember that with Mike Brown and last season, they had the standings.
5-game chunks.
Yeah, well, they had the standings in the locker room. Nobody's doing that. Okay, there are bigger fish to fry. It's about development. That's why we talked about Nick Clifford yesterday. So when will playing time match that? Because we're talking about Nick Clifford, and Doug says, well, sometimes I got to leave him out there. At least he's admitting it now, because Nick Clifford last game played 13 minutes. And you're 23 years old, about to be 24 in February. We gotta accelerate this thing a little bit. That's what I would say, okay? So we have all that for you. As well as Tua got benched. Tua got benched, man, and it was so bad. And I'm wondering, Kyle, I saw somebody responded to me about a Tua swap for Kyler Murray. Okay, I believe Tua is more expensive because he signed more recently, but this is from Adam Schefter. A major move in Miami. The Dolphins are benching Tua and turning to Quinn Ewers as their new starting QB. Who Quinn Ewers, he stopped Arch Manning from starting, and then I guess the NFL just decided, yeah, but you're also, none of those quarterbacks are good, because Arch could not Wally Pip Quinn Ewers, and Quinn Ewers has not played, right? He was not even looked at as a top prospect in the NFL. But we're going to get to see Quinn Ewers this Sunday against the Bengals. And if you want an offense or a defense to face, you kind of want to face the Bengals defense. So I'm excited. I know that there's no Tyreek Hill, but Tua's not a good quarterback. I've never, and the crazy part is when we talk so much about the Kings, right? You got the Mikal Bridges deal. And obviously the Knicks are just so talented, nobody cares, and they've made more good moves than bad moves. But it feels like not a great move for the price. He's a good player, but for the price, okay? He did not play for Tyler Kolek last night, and nobody cared. Nobody cared. So you have that going on, okay? Because everybody always wants to bag on the Kings and their misses. The Dolphins passed on Kyle's boy, Justin Herbert. They actually did that. I mean, that's a huge miss. And then they doubled down because I don't know if they felt bad about the concussion stuff with Tua or what. And Tua is saying, show me the money. Tua, show me a trash bag, because that's how you play quarterback, especially in the cold. Okay? And you had Tyreek Hill trying to say he's the most accurate QB. Just stop it. How are you undersized? Have a questionable arm, and you don't run? How does that happen? How are you undersized, you don't have great arm strength, and you're not mobile?
And someone paid you $200 million.
How? How to make it in America without doing anything. That's Tua.
I mean, Mike McDaniel, look, Mike McDaniel's not perfect, but I will give Mike McDaniel credit because Tua looked like he was pretty out of the league, and they got Jalen Waddle. They got an offensive line. They traded for Tyreek Hill. Like, they made the moves to try and help Tua, and it worked tremendously for 2 seasons. Mm-hmm. I don't know why everything fell apart in Miami after that, but Tua was clearly a product of all of those acquisitions they tried to build around him, and they made the mistake of probably giving him that long-term extension.
Yeah, and that's what we talk about in sports, right? The double down, shout out Matt George, the double down, the triple down, the quadruple down. You don't want to just take your medicine and say, you know what, we bleeped this up. We should have taken Justin Herbert, and we didn't. Let's move forward. No. Tua's good for 5 games at a time before the weather breaks, so we're going to give him over $200 million.
See, but that's kind of unfair because Tua was really good for 2 seasons. Now, one of them ended, again, with him getting concussed.
Are you talking about the one where he asked Patrick Mahomes for a picture?
Yes, that one is part of it. Yes. That was the end of the 2 seasons.
Was it a jersey? I don't want to say that. Was it a jersey swap or a picture? Or sign my jersey?
The point is that was the end of the good run. The good run for Tua was 2022 where, again, he got concussed and had to miss the playoff game, and 2023 where they lost in the frostbite game and he asked Patrick Mahomes to sign his jersey or something. And then the Dolphins just were never the same after that.
Yeah, and now, I mean, and we've talked about this before. Once you do this, it's over, right? You can't go back. Do you just say, are you giving Tua a break, right? A mental break? What are you doing this for besides saying, hey, we're looking at other options? Because that's exactly what you are saying. We're looking at other options. And what if Quinn Ewers against a bad Bengals defense balls out?
Here, where I'm struggling with it, whether Tua's done or not, is they've already fired the general manager. So it's kind of up to the new general manager to decide if Tua is going to come back next year or if it's worthwhile to take, checks notes, $46 million in dead cap to either trade Tua or, I mean, they're better trading him than cutting him. If they cut him, they have to pay like $90 million. So even if Tua's not worth anything, someone could take him for a 7th round pick.
I know it's people will say it's the hardest position in sports, but I keep telling people, right? You go out, have your kid throw a baseball. Guaranteed money. It takes a while to get to the big leagues, but once you get there, it's worth it. Look, I know it's hard to play the quarterback position, but all you have to do is perform well at the right time, and you have generational wealth. Jordan Love, I still don't know what to do with Jordan Love, but he played in 3 good games, and the Packers gave him $200 million. Tua played good for 7 games, and they gave him $200 million, and he got a signed jersey by Patrick Mahomes. I mean, what a great life.
Kyler Murray.
All he does is play COD all day, and we're going to talk about a Kyler Murray Tua swap. They both go to other warm cities, and at least Kyler can run in the cold when they go to Buffalo and have a game against Pittsburgh. Tua can't do any of that.
At least Tua is accurate, which is the thing the Cardinals complain about with Kyler.
Right.
And at least Kyler can run, which is the thing they complain about with Tua. So everyone would be equally unhappy because they're still both short quarterbacks that can't see over the center, but sure, why not? Just take your problem, we'll take yours.
Yeah.
Waste a year, and then both of them will get cut.
It's so funny because you almost do stuff in spite. And I feel like the Kings have done things in spite as well. You double down on Tua when everybody said Tua wasn't good, and the Dolphins refused to wear it. They just refused to wear it. The Kings, everybody said, hey, Zach LaVine has a little bit of interest, but trading De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine, I don't know that. Actually, let's take a step back. Hey, not sure if DeMar DeRozan is the best complement to the guys you have here. The league is kind of going in a different direction. No. We like DeMar DeRozan. This is going to work. Then then people said, hey, you might want to give this a season to see how it Turns out, right, these guys haven't been healthy. DeMar missed time. Domantas Sabonis missed time. De'Aaron Fox has been kind of doing it on his own. No. All we need is 30 games. You're right. We actually don't need to see this team anymore. Oh, okay, we're going to fire the head coach. Then they decide to move De'Aaron Fox because De'Aaron Fox says, hey, well, if you fire the head coach, I want to be out of here. Hey, everybody is kind of because I was reading all these old articles yesterday. Hey, everybody's kind of expecting you guys to wait this thing out. That's what you typically do. Maybe you get to the offseason and then you can trade De'Aaron there. Maybe he opens up his options. Now he's in Houston every summer. Could have been the Rockets. That was before they got Kevin Durant. Maybe you should wait it out. No. I know typically teams wait it out, but we are going to make a move right now. And you know what else? We're going to give De'Aaron exactly what he wants. And you know what else? We're not even going to get good value back. So take that, NBA world. You're not going to tell the Kings what to do. We're going to forge our own path and be horrible. Ha. Nope. And we did it on our own accord without your help. We're not listening to you, NBA. Oh, you don't think DeMar's going to work? We're going to sign him anyway. It didn't work. Oh, you don't think we should sign De'Aaron now for Zach LaVine, who's been often injured and overpaid? We're going to do it anyway. It didn't work. Oh, you don't think we should fire our head coach after extending him immediately 2 months later? We're going to do it anyway. It didn't work.
What did this have to do with Tua?
You gotta follow through, and when people are telling you something, sometimes it's just best to listen. Sometimes the rest of the world knows better than you. Sometimes they all know better than you.
And you're saying the world knew that Tua was not it?
Yes.
And the Dolphins signed him anyways?
Yes. Just like all these moves that the Kings have made, everyone said, maybe you shouldn't do that, right? It's like my toddler. You know what I mean? She's to the age now where she's jumping on stuff. Okay, she'll get on the couch, she'll jump off. Strong ankles. I mean, goodness, I look at it, it hurts my Achilles just watching. Hey, you probably shouldn't do that. She does it anyway. Then she falls and she cries. Now, maybe you got to learn on your own and you got to learn these lessons, but it feels like the Kings have learned way too many lessons but refuse to actually learn from the lessons. So those are the connections. And Whitey Gleason would love this segment, by the way. Those are the connections between the Kings and Tua and the Dolphins. When everybody is telling you maybe you shouldn't do something, maybe you shouldn't do it. And they did it anyway. And they continue to do it. Now, with Scott Perry in the building, we'll see what happens. Let's talk Nick Clifford, and let's talk about the NBA Cup. Did you watch? Don't lie. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Who has the largest selection of golf merchandise in Northern California? The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. It's the go-to store for golf bags, apparel, equipment, lessons, club fittings, novelty items, and more. With their low price guarantee, complimentary gift boxes, and gift cards for your golfer, it's the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Add convenient online shopping and effortless after-Christmas return policy, and you'll see why the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
This is the story of the one.
As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, it's Kyle Draper here. If you're in the market for a new car, let me tell you about my experience with Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the moment I walked into their state-of-the-art showroom, I knew I was making the right choice. There was no pressure from the sales staff, and if I'm being honest, I felt like a kid in a candy store. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV, and let me tell you why. First of all, the comfort. After a long day at work, I actually look forward to being in my car. It has several different massage settings, including my favorite, hot relaxing back. Plus, the seat heating and cooling features are perfect for the hot summer or those chilly mornings. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5, or you can shop online anytime at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com, and tell them Drape sent you.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. Claim your free panel today. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The holidays can be a time of increased stress for those struggling with opioid or stimulant addiction. They can also be a time for pause, reflection, opportunity, and new beginnings. This holiday season, choose treatment and recovery. Embrace the company of family and friends and create special moments. Find a proven opioid or stimulant addiction treatment provider near you at choosechangeca.org.
For quality service you can trust, visit your locally owned Big O Tires. Now through January 4th at Big O, get $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nitto, Toyo, or Nexen brand tires. Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
I'm sipping on you like some fine wine, no. And when it's over, I press rewind, oh.
Allen Stiles.
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
On Sactown Sports.
If you are a bit confused listening to this song right now, you should be, okay? Because I don't know if it's a millennial thing, but I am obsessed with these AI remake of songs. This is Fetty Wap redone in a 1950s style, and I can't stop listening to them. It's incredible.
You keep listening to this one.
This one specifically. Incredible stuff. This is what we're doing. When we were kids, we thought we'd be in flying cars, right? This is what my parents used to tell us. Allen, by the time you're my age, you're going to be, you know what I mean? You're going to be in flying cars. You're going to be hanging out on Mars, on the moon. No. They're going to be using AI to remake rap songs from the early 2010s to send them back to the 1950s. That's what they're going to be doing, Allen, when you're 35.
And you're going to be listening to every one of them.
No flying cars. No hanging out on the moon, no hanging out on Mars, but you will get AI versions of songs that you liked in your early 20s. That's where we're at right now. So, and you know what? I don't really mind it. I would like a flying car, but I don't mind it too much.
And the worst thing, he's not even going to get paid for it.
No.
So someone's just ripping off his work, and it's now more popular on TikTok than
it's all over.
679 was.
It's all over. It's all over.
Oh, I did the thing.
Yeah,
that's the name of the song. I'm just saying.
I know. 916-339-1140. Did you watch last night? Did you watch the NBA Cup as Kyle and I were arguing whether or not people would care? I was locked in. I was completely locked in. Now, they said, I saw that they might not do it in Vegas moving forward. They might do it at historic college venues and arenas. So they're just going to try a bunch of bleep until something works. I don't know.
You know what I took away from all that? No one's buying the tickets in Vegas. So we got to try and find an arena where someone will buy 20,000 seats.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So that happened. that happened last night. The Knicks get the W. The Spurs were in a weird spot, like I said, because you had Wemby on a minutes restriction. So clearly, if this was the actual finals, they'd be going about this differently. But it's just the little old NBA Cup. Harrison Barnes with 11 points. He did not make a three. He took them, though. Devin Vassell with 12. Luke Cornett with 14. Stephon Castle, 15. De'Aaron Fox, 16. Julian Champagnie, 3. Dylan Harper, 21. Victor Wembanyama still had 18 points, only 6 rebounds, 1 assist. OG Anunoby had 28 points. He balled out in that first half. Josh Hart, 11, 8 rebounds. Karl Anthony Towns had 16. Karl Anthony Towns had a calf situation, but then came back in to try to help the team get the victory. He had 16 and 11. Mikal Bridges had 11 and 5 and was benched for Tyler Kolek. Jalen Brunson, 25 points, 8 assists, 4 rebounds. Tyler Kolek had 14 points. How about Jordan Clarkson? Good for him, man. When you have to be in a situation that nobody cares about, like Utah, and I know it's just the NBA Cup, but when you're stuck in a bad situation, it's just him flip-flopping with Colin Sexton. And look at Colin Sexton. That brother ended up in Charlotte. Right?
One more year, Allen. His contract's going to expire, and someone's going to sign him for a cheap deal.
But I mean, obviously, smaller guard, smaller kind of point guard, combo guard. He's made a great career. Don't get me wrong on Colin Sexton, but he's not going to be playing any high-stakes basketball. Jordan Clarkson is in a perfect position, and I've compared Jordan Clarkson to Malik Monk. Now, Jordan Clarkson, I think he got bought out and then picked up or waived, or nobody wanted to trade for him because they didn't feel like they had to, and then the Knicks got him on kind of a discount, and now he gets to play high-level basketball, and he scored 15 points in front of Spike Lee in Vegas. I mean, good for him, and these are the types of players. This is where this whole thing is going for the Jordan Clarksons and the Cam Thomases and the Malik Monks. Malik Monk got that 3-year deal, and nobody wants to touch it. Now, as the years fry off, eventually somebody will say, hey, only 2 years left on the deal. We'll go make a move. Somebody might go get him right now. But every time we hear about Malik Monk, the conversation is nobody likes the 3 years because players like that just aren't getting 3 years anymore. Because I feel like teams believe they can go get somebody similar to him. Jordan Clarkson, I think it was just a 1-year deal. He'll be available next season. You can just go get Jordan Clarkson. Cam Thomas, they're telling Cam Thomas, hey, brother, we're not paying you. Nobody's paying you. Okay, so now he's in a weird position where he's got to figure out what his value is. So good stuff from the NBA Cup. I know you watched. You don't have to admit it. I can't wait to see the numbers, and they're either going to make me look crazy or they're going to be crazy impressive, I should say. Last show, towards the end of the show, we talked about Nick Clifford, and I put an excerpt of what we talked about on social media. And there was a little bit of back and forth, some people saying that Nick Clifford deserves more time, and others kind of, I wouldn't say agreeing with me because I'm not saying that there's an issue with Nick Clifford, but basically saying this organization continues to draft these older guys and then they don't really develop, or they're not as far along as you'd hope they were. And by the way, Devin Carter, 30 points yesterday. I saw one clip. I'm being respectful here because I've been holding up a flag for Devin Carter. They're literally just not guarding him. They're literally just not guarding him when he's shooting threes. And to be fair, that's not a slight because they'd be doing the same thing in the NBA. So knock him down, DC. And I think he was 5 of 13. He had 30 points. He had 12 rebounds. So good for him. Again, older guy that we hoped at the time would be further along. But Jeff said this yesterday on the text line, and I didn't get a chance to read it off, and he sent it again. So whenever you send something twice, I know you really want me to talk about it, and I appreciate all the listeners. So Jeff says, earlier you talked about leapfrogging versus prioritizing, because yesterday I said, did Nick Clifford leapfrog Keon Ellis, or was he prioritized over Keon Ellis? Jeff brings up a guy like Daquan Plowden. When does he get a chance? Pretty sure he could be doing what Clifford is doing. And Jeff is not the only person to shout out Daquan Plowden. We had multiple listeners and multiple Kings fans who liked what Daquan Plowden has done. Kevin Dana, who is the play-by-play guy for the Valkyrie, and he also does play-by-play for the Santa Cruz Warriors, he called into the show unprompted. Kevin's my guy. We've kicked it. He's a really good dude and extremely talented. He called in because he heard a segment when we were talking about the young guys, and he said, Allen, they got to give this guy Daquan Plowden a chance. Now, when we saw him, what was that, about a month ago, it did not look good, but, it's just one game. So I'm really trying to figure out when it comes to Nick Clifford and these young guys, when Doug, it doesn't have to be Daquan Plowden per se, but Doug is starting the process of talking about the young guys more and where their focus is. And I'm curious when the numbers and when the playing time is going to reflect that, because Nick Clifford needs it. He needs it. Now, when I think it was somebody from the Kings Herald, they had essentially said, well, he's not really being paired up with the correct players. And this is what we've talked about. When Nick gets on the floor with Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan and Russell Westbrook, he's going to be the 4th, 5th option. So it's not just about playing time. You have to play him in spots. And I was trying to give Nick the benefit of the doubt. So I went in my way back mobile in my brain. And you know what I thought about? I thought about Summer League. And Summer League, Nick was their guy. They were running plays for Nick. Nick was the guy shooting. I know Devin Carter did too, but it was Nick's team, and we were all very excited for Nick. Don't forget Maxime Reynaud had missed some time. So it was guys just feeding Nick like he was their star. Relatively,
it was him and Isaac.
It was him and Isaac, relatively speaking. So I don't know that we'll see that this season, but he does have that ability. So I'm not walking back what I said yesterday. I'm more so including the piece that I had mentioned just about him not feeling like a priority when he's on the court, because there's future Hall of Famers all over the court. You would think that would result in more than 6 wins, but that's neither here nor there. So when he gets into the game, it's hard for him to just say, hey, go get a bucket, because everybody else is getting a bucket. And now we're prioritizing Keegan, which I do not mind. But between DeMar, Zach LaVine, Keegan, even when Nick plays, I guess you could ask for more in scrub time. But honestly, who cares about scrub time?
Yeah, the Nick Clifford conversation yesterday, I felt like maybe I didn't make this point clear also, too, is like, just because Nick is one of the younger guys and just because he's all they have in terms of like young first-round prospects other than Keegan, it doesn't mean he's a highly regarded enough prospect to be guaranteed playing time or be guaranteed a certain role. Like, they have seemingly prioritized him over Keon Ellis, but I guess the bigger question, and you kind of outlined it, is shouldn't both potentially be prioritized over a DeMar DeRozan or a Malik Monk or a Zach LaVine, given the state of the team and given the trade situations? And that's kind of the fine line that they're trying to go down right now and tread, because they still want to trade some of those players, but there's a chance that those guys will still be on the team after the deadline. And at that point, you can't sit them down for the whole season.
No. You're really going to want to hear what Keegan Murray had to say about losing and the current team camaraderie. And we have that for you in about 2 minutes. Don't move. More Allen Stiles coming up.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heating and Air. They're now upgrading what they do to include plumbing. They're bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. So they're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy home pros. You hear me talk about them all the time as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement. And now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free and give you that second opinion. And right now, they got a free furnace special with a full system installation up to $2,500 in rebates. All for a company that's been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ Better Business Bureau. 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement, 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Listen to the 49ers Red Zone Report daily. Brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
There you go. The original, the OG from Fetty Wap. And now Kyle's algorithm is filled with other AI 1950s.
And by Kyle's, you mean the official Sactown Sports YouTube.
Even better.
This is the funny thing. So the YouTube is logged in here, so it's just a weird combination of like sports videos, music, and like Verlad wrestling videos.
Oh my goodness. Well, there you go. Now we have added to it as well. So in that first segment, the Whitey Gleason segment, because you know we were all over the place. In the first segment, and we did tie it up together at the end, but in the first segment, we had talked about how the Dolphins refused to listen to the rest of the NFL world when everybody said that Tua is not good, right? And we compared it to the Kings, how the Kings continue to do things that the NBA world says you probably shouldn't do that, but they do it anyway. So we named off a bunch of things, and Pool Guy Mark adds in, don't forget getting rid of the GM that made the trade, right? That Fox trade. So, hey, you probably shouldn't trade a guy in the middle of the season like that and not get full value, they did it anyway. And then, hey, well, maybe you should see what the GM who you allowed make the trade, if it was the GM that made the trade, maybe you should see what they do next. No, we're going to go get a new GM to, I guess, clean up the past GM's mistakes. So, yeah, that all could be added to the list. Thank you, Pool Guy Mark. 707, you never know when you're going to hear from just a random fan, and we appreciate all the listeners, even if you're not necessarily a Kings fan. So a Knicks fan from the 707 was getting on me for my Mikal Bridges take, saying that the firsts are really a bunch of seconds, so it was a huge win that they got Bridges for a bunch of seconds. I'm not going to argue you on that, Knicks fan from the 707, but all I know is the brother was on the bench for Tyler Kolek. And they said it was a bunch of first rounders. Whatever the details are, cool. But the brother was on the bench for Tyler Kolek. That's all I know. That's all I know, all right? But whatever you got to tell yourself, congrats on the NBA Cup win. As we continue the conversation, Kyle, let's hear from Keegan as he talks about losing and what's going on with the team camaraderie. Here it is.
Yeah, it sucks. I haven't been on a team like that has lost this many games, and I don't even know how long. So even in high school and in college, so it's not ideal. It's something that's really new to me, and I don't really like it. So hopefully we can turn this around, and I think winning is the best feeling in the world, and losing, going home it's terrible. I obviously can't imagine how you guys feel too. So.
Does it, Keegan? You've been a part of good groups, and again, just to reiterate that point, good seasons, good. The togetherness has been kind of a focal point, and Dennis just talked about it a little bit. Doug's talked about how it could be better. Like, does it take a toll, like, on that aspect of team building and being a cohesive, connected group?
Yeah, I think especially when your team's not, for me, is not as together as the first couple years that I've been here, and then you stack on the losses and then just the turnover. I think it obviously takes a toll on everyone as a team, and when you're coming back to practice and you're losing games and guys aren't on the same page, it's obviously not an ideal scenario to be in, but you got to figure it out in the NBA, because there's teams that have gotten to the playoffs that have been like that, and it's just something you got to figure out.
This is a part of what is going on with the Kings right now that I don't think is being talked about enough, right? Cultures matter a lot. And I know that that's a very overused term. I think when it comes to the workplace in general, everybody, in the 2010s, everybody was talking about our company has a great culture. No, you just have beer in the fridge and a ping pong table. Everyone's got great culture, right? And it's a very overused term, but I do think it matters. And there can be a culture of losing. So I've talked about this before, how my Temple University, they got rid of their baseball program, I think a year after I graduated, okay? So we were not very good. I've never told people, we did beat Virginia Tech, and we had talent, but it was a bad situation. And Chad Pinder was on the team. Shout out to Chad Pinder. He was an A. We had talent, but it just didn't work. Our field was 30 minutes, 45 minutes away. You'd have to finish class. We all got on a janky bus, so the recruiting was tough, right? I'm not going to sit here and act like I had 10 D1 offers. I had 2, okay, and one was Temple University, and I took it. So the recruiting was affected by it. They wouldn't survive these days with NIL, I don't think. But you had these players that clearly had talent, okay? When the program got cut, all of a sudden, guys that I played with start going to these successful teams. We had pitchers going to NC State. We had a player go to VCU. Jimmy Kerrigan went to VCU. We had somebody else go to Old Dominion, our shortstop. Another pitcher went to Pitt. Another pitcher went to St. Joe's. And they all went to successful teams. But our team, our program, we weren't successful because the culture wasn't there. And I think the new coach that they brought in could have got there, but they ended up saying, we're just pulling the plug on this. There's just not enough money. And we've seen it with a lot of teams, Sonoma State. And it's a sad, and Sonoma State was very successful. It's just a sad state of affairs right now in college sports and how they're monopolizing the money and things like that. But I say all that to say that cultures matter. And you can have talent, but if there is a culture of losing, if there is a stench of losing in that building, in that organization, it's really hard to get that stench out. And as they move forward, and the faster they can move on from this iteration of the team, for the sake of DeMar DeRozan, for the sake of Zach LaVine, for the sake of Domantas Sabonis, cool, the vets. Also for the sake of the young guys. Because you don't want Keegan, as he sees his bestie in San Antonio having a grand old time because they're winning, you don't want Keegan to feel, man, like the Will Smith meme, and he's the only one in the house, to be looking around thinking all these other guys are winning. Right? The other guys that were drafted around him, Jabari Smith Jr., winning. They're on the Rockets now. All these other guys are winning. And I'm stuck on this losing team, on this losing franchise, in this losing organization. And if you do have to lose, you should be losing with a purpose, right? That's the difference. Normally, when you get drafted in the top 5, you go to a team that stinks and you're losing with a purpose. You're building to something. Keegan has been in this weird situation where he was drafted to a team that was on the way up, and they actually were winning, and he was a big part of that winning. Now the team is going in a different direction, and Keegan, again, is missing all the vets that he did that winning with besides Domantas Sabonis, and he's trying to figure out what this situation is. He didn't lose at Iowa. He didn't, I guarantee you he didn't lose in high school. So I think they have to be very careful, and they have to be very conscious to make sure that whenever they make this move, that stench, that culture of losing leaves. And I know what somebody's going to say, Allen, it's the Kings, they've been losing forever. Yeah, but Scott Perry, it's his job to separate that. Doug Christie did not lose like that on the Kings. It's their job to clean the stench. It's their job to Lysol it. That's all part of it. And when I listen to Keegan, I'm getting flashbacks to me on that bus headed to Ambler, Pennsylvania, which is an hour away from Philly, getting ready to lose. Getting ready to lose, okay?
Well, I didn't want to say this while you were making your point, but it sounds like just the programs you played for seem to be getting cut.
That's not.
Seems like Allen Stiles rolled through there, and all of a sudden they decided, nope, we don't need this anymore.
No, yeah. No, we don't need that.
We're letting guys like Allen Stiles play our programs in a rough
That's funny. I'll give you that one. So I'm serious, though. The culture of losing, I get it. It's happened in Sacramento for a long time, but Keegan was protected from it because he came in and they were winning. Now we're seeing this whole thing, and that was the whole idea. With that group, that was supposed to be the Lysol, and that was supposed to be the smell that you put, the new car smell that you put in the car freshener, the air freshener. That was supposed to be them in 2022, 2023. And then I guess somebody came in and farted all over the place, and now the organization stinks again.
Yeah, but I remember Jason Ross was making this point. Sometimes I think just winning kind of sets the culture, and I think that happened with the Beam team, is that everything felt a little pure, a little fun. There weren't the expectations of what would happen, and everyone rallied behind it.
Yeah.
Like in Oklahoma City, I don't think of them having this profound heat culture-like atmosphere. I think they hire good people and spend money, and then the culture of the team is built around Shea. Like Shea is the centerpiece, and culture kind of falls from there. So I think winning will cure some of the culture stuff, but they're not winning right now and don't seem like they're going to be winning for at least a couple years.
Yeah, when we return, we hit the 11 o'clock hour, and Bleacher Report, it seems like they do this every couple months. We had the mix-up last week, was it, with the writers, and one trade every NBA team would make if the deadline was today. And trust me on this one, you do not want to miss who Bleacher Report has the Kings moving off of and who they have bringing in. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Tomorrow night, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner.
Starts at 5:30 with the tip-off at 7. Listen to your Sacramento Kings
On the official home of Kings basketball, Sactown Sports 1140.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Born in 1892 to a socially prominent family, she was the consummate athlete, proficient in golf, tennis, marksmanship, swimming, and car racing. Many considered her the greatest horsewoman of the century. She was a pioneer in the field of golf course development with 3 world-class courses on her resume: the Women's National Golf and Tennis Club, Cypress Point, and Pasatiempo. Working for SFB Morse of Pebble Beach fame led to her second golf course development, which many consider to be the greatest golf course in the world, Cypress Point, where she developed a lifelong friendship and professional relationship with famed architect Alistair McKenzie. Pasatiempo in Santa Cruz was her third development, where she hosted the likes of Bobby Jones, Will Rogers, Babe Saharias, and more. Today, her place is alongside many others in the World Golf Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Marion Hollins, a visionary golf course architect and pioneer of the game. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today. Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments. Some restrictions apply.
Guys, if you're worn down, putting on weight, dealing with low T symptoms, or ED, something's off. Ignoring symptoms doesn't fix the real issue. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is offering free full diagnostic panels of $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. The key areas that reveal what's driving low T, ED, and more. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. This gives you a clear answer on what's off and the steps to improve it. Over 120,000 patients have trusted Revive since 2011 because the results are real. Claim your free full diagnostic panel today. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
There's the hard way to buy a car, and then there's the Hoblet way. Transparent prices, fast paperwork, and a team that's there to help, not hover. We've spent 77 years refining this process so you can get in, get out, and get driving with zero drama. Car buying doesn't have to be stressful. At least, not when you do it the Hoblet way. Experience the difference at HobletDodge.com. The easy way to buy.
The holidays can be a time of increased stress for those struggling with opioid or stimulant addiction. They can also be a time for pause, reflection, opportunity, and new beginnings. This holiday season, choose treatment and recovery. Embrace the company of family and friends and create special moments. Find a proven opioid or stimulant addiction treatment provider near you at choosechangeca.org.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
By the way, we will be giving away Janet Jackson tickets. That will be at 1 o'clock again. Okay, so that is going to be at Thunder Valley once again. And what is it, December 27th, I believe, Kyle?
Yeah, Tuesday as you called it, but Saturday in real life.
Saturday, December 27th. So that's coming up at 1 o'clock if you want those tickets. And they went quick yesterday. Kyle's picking the number today. So if you win, you can thank Kyle. If you lose, you can blame it on Kyle.
I'll tell you right now, it's going to be 6.
Okay, well, there you go. I don't know how that helps you, but you can try to time it out if you're trying to be number 6 and trying to get those tickets to see Janet Jackson. Real quick, we have this Bleacher Report trade, but I wanted to read this because we've been talking a lot about the moves that the Kings have made and the moves that they haven't made. So maybe some of you heard about this, but there was a fan who emailed Joe Lacob. How they got Joe Lacob's email, I don't know. Maybe it's just his first initial and his last name at Warriors. I don't know. But this fan got a hold of Joe Lacob's email, but that's not the incredible part. They sent an email, as I'm sure a lot of fans do. But Joe Lacob responded. So the fan says this: "Dear Joe, please do something about this team. What Steph needs to do every night to win, drop 50 points. Team is in need of a real second option. Jimmy's tools are being underutilized because he is playing as a power forward due to the small position players. We have no true center. I am so frustrated. Thanks." That is what a fan sent to Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob responded. Joe Lacob said, "You can't be as frustrated as me. I am working on it. It's complicated. Style of play, coaches' desires regarding players, league trends. Jimmy is not the problem. Joe." Sent from my iPhone. Can you imagine?
Sent from my iPhone is crazy.
Just in the car, right? And Kyle gets on me for fighting with texters. Joe Lacob is going back and forth with fans, this fan who somehow got his email. By the way, I could only imagine what Vivek's emails look like. Okay, I can only imagine. But could you imagine if he responded to one of these fans? Could you imagine that?
And the fan posted it on Reddit.
Right.
That's the other part. Because now, once he posted on Reddit, I was actually listening to Steve Kerr's presser after that because I just wanted to hear, what do you even say at that point if you're Steve Kerr?
Because Joe actually said some stuff. It's complicated, style of play, and specifically Steve Kerr has to answer Joe Lacob saying coaches' desires regarding players. Because if you are Anthony Slater, whoever, that's the ticket right there. You have to ask Steve Kerr about that.
Yeah, I saw Slater kind of write about it. I didn't hear them ask Kerr directly, but Slater kind of wrote about like, hey, Kerr wants to play this style of offense with Curry and Draymond that they've been doing the whole time, but the roster doesn't really lend itself to doing that with Jimmy and Kuminga. It just doesn't make as much sense to run that offense that they used to run when they don't have shooters.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Hey, let's have a little bit of fun on the text line. If you were to send an email, no, I'm kidding. If you were to send an email, tell us what you would say. 916-339-1140. If they're appropriate, maybe I'll read them. How about that?
What would you send as an email to the owner hoping they'd respond?
What would you send if you knew that Vivek was going to check his email? What would you say? Maybe he will respond. Joe Lacob responded. They won championships. Send it in, 916-339-1140.
Vivek used to own the team with Joe Lacob.
Yeah. So maybe birds of a feather. Send us your email to 916-339-1140, and maybe it'll find its way. Maybe. I will read them if they are appropriate. 916-339-1140, call line and text line. Okay, Kyle, so once again, a Bleacher Report is at it. And it's funny because I did Control F on some of the main names, all right, in regards to the Kings, because in every iteration of this, Bleacher Report did one in the summer, and then they did one in, I believe it was October, and now they're doing one again. Less and less Kings names appear. So I did Control F for DeMar DeRozan, doesn't show up. I Control F for Domantas Sabonis, it doesn't show up, which means that they don't have other teams trading for these players. I did Control F for Zach LaVine, did not show up either. So the only place that those names show up when I do Control F is within the Kings write-up. Okay, so every time Bleacher Report has done this write-up, less and less Kings have appeared, meaning they feel that less and less Kings are desirable and that other teams would make a trade specifically for them. And I think another part of that, Kyle, is more players becoming available. In the summer, we didn't really know what was going on with Giannis. Now that's a name. We didn't really know what was going on with LaMelo. That's a name. Trae Young's been a name. But every time Bleacher Report has done this write-up, more names have become available, literally because of December 15th, right, and figuratively. So now it feels like we've talked about, and like my fear has been, the Kings players are dropping further and further down the hierarchy in the priority list.
First of all, do you remember which Bleacher Report writer it is this time? Are you sure?
I have it. Literally, it is Zach Buckley.
Okay,
yes.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Just want to make sure this time.
You're funny today, Kyle.
Yeah, I got jokes. Second of all, I imagine if you control F Ja Morant, he's probably going to show up more than he probably would have in October because there is now the possibility of Ja Morant being traded in a way he wasn't back in June, to your point.
Yeah, and real quick, 209 is a fair question. How do they know the Lacob response was really him? Well, they're talking about it on the Warriors flagship. Okay, it was really him.
It was verified somehow. I don't remember how, but
they wouldn't be talking. They would have debunked that. They're literally talking about it on the Warriors flagship. So somehow, to answer your question, I'm not sure, but they know. They have. I don't know if he admitted it or what, but you're not asking Steve Kerr about this if you haven't verified that it's Joe, that it was or wasn't Joe Lacob.
Yeah, let me see. There was some way to verify it here. Let me pull up the Slater story real quick.
No, it doesn't matter. All we know is that it was him. But it's a fair question.
Oh, yeah. The Warriors PR confirmed it was Lacob who sent the response.
Incredible.
They were like, yep, that's him. That's our Joe.
He's just like me, man. Me and Joe. Different bank accounts, but you still got to fight with texters, even if you are a billionaire.
You and Joe, like that one story with the trophy the first time they won.
That's right. 916-339-1140. Okay, let's get to what Zach Buckley has to say about the Sacramento Kings. One trade every NBA team would do if the trade deadline was today. He writes, the Kings have both an aging core and one of the worst win rates around the league. If they're not searching for any and every available escape clause, they're doing it wrong. Milwaukee has done due diligence on Zach LaVine per Hoops Hype's Michael Scotto, and the team might be desperate enough for buckets to look past his bloated contract and general lack of team success. Jeez. If the Kings could get anyone to bite on LaVine, there's a good chance that's a deal worth making. Even if Sacramento had no intentions of hanging on to any of these incoming players, the point guard group is underwhelming enough that Anthony should at least get an audition to stick around. This trade still helps. Unloading Zach LaVine's money would be a major win, and nabbing the Bucks' 2031 first would be an even greater victory. So here is the trade. Zach LaVine and Keon Ellis to the Milwaukee Bucks for Bobby Portis, Kyle Kuzma, Gary Harris, Cole Anthony, and a 2031 first-round pick. Let me just pump the brakes. I do that immediately. Now let me flip that. Why in the world would the Bucks do this, Kyle? Why would the Bucks give up Bobby Portis, Kyle Kuzma, Cole Anthony, and a 2031 first-round pick when they don't have any picks?
Yeah, that would be kind of their last option of a pick to go all in for. I guess the tough part is like Zach LaVine is inherently an upgrade from Kyle Kuzma. Now, is it a big enough upgrade to warrant a first-round pick? I don't know.
And Bobby, I think you have to do Bobby for the money.
Yeah, honestly, like Bobby's not having the greatest season ever, and with Miles Turner there now, it's kind of like Bobby's.
He's a bench player.
Yeah, Bobby, I don't think it's the same Bobby Portis as 2 or 3 years ago that you're getting in this trade. But I understand your point that that's a quote-unquote rotation player on what the Bucks are trying to create.
I do that in a heartbeat if I'm the Kings.
The Keon thing is tough because, like, it's not that Keon is inherently super, super valuable. It's just it limits what you can do in other transactions if you move on from Keon. We talked about trying to get picks for Keon, trying to attach him to another player. I don't know.
Who's got more value, Kyle? Keon Ellis or Cole Anthony?
Oh, Keon Ellis. I mean, Cole Anthony got waived by the was it the Grizzlies after the Orlando? He got traded by Orlando to Memphis, and then Memphis waived him. So I don't think Cole Anthony is inherently that valuable.
You know who's older?
It's probably Keon, isn't it?
They're both 25, but Keon is older.
Yeah, I mean,
so they're both 25.
I'm not gonna lie. I want to believe in Cole Anthony. I know last year at the deadline, before they traded Fox, we had talked about bringing in Cole Anthony as a point guard option, but the evidence is showing that Cole Anthony he never was able to take that leap.
I don't know if it's about taking a leap. You know, he was a 15th overall pick. But if you're going to move on from Malik, okay, if you're eventually going to move on from Malik and you're probably going to move Dennis Schroeder, I like Cole Anthony as a younger backup point guard just to see what he can be, and maybe even a stopgap point guard, because I don't want Dennis Schroeder, Russell West. I don't want that combo. Heck, you could keep Russell Westbrook, run Cole Anthony as the backup to Russell Westbrook, and then you would have obviously Kuzma in that deal, as well as of course the 2031 first round pick and Bobby Portis. I mean, I don't have any problem. I don't know, Kyle. You're trying to. I don't know what you're saying about the Keon thing, but this deal has to be done if you're the Kings.
I think you could go either way. I mean, getting the pick is awesome. Well, I guess the question is it unprotected?
There's definitely going to be protections.
Yeah, there's going to be protections on the pick. So the pick is just whatever. But I'm just wondering why the Bucks would sign up for this.
I don't know why.
But
we got to get Zach Buckley on, because I have no clue why the Bucks do this deal.
But
I would do it right now.
Before we write him off completely, here's what the lineup or the rotation would look like for the Bucks. It would be Ryan Rollins, AJ Green, Zach LaVine, Miles Turner, Giannis, and then coming off the bench they would have Kevin Porter Jr., Gary Trent Jr., Taurean Prince, and Keon Ellis, and then pick a big. Maybe they bring back Brook Lopez or something like that. So, I mean, they're in a tough position either way, but I understand why you would try and bring in a Zach LaVine or a DeMar DeRozan, because they just need scoring and shooting so badly. And honestly, you look at that team between Rollins, who's killing it from three, Kevin Porter Jr., Gary Trent Jr., Keon, if he gets back to 40%, Zach, they'd have great shooters around Giannis.
And it's the Eastern Conference, and this is the season to take that shot. By the way, just to give you a little bit more context, the Milwaukee Bucks trade that Zach Buckley has, he's just trying to get rid of Bobby Portis. I know it's the money, but the trade would be Bobby Portis, Andre Jackson Jr., and that same 2031 first round pick to the Pelicans for Herb Jones. I'm telling y'all, we got to stop with, maybe I'm giving Bobby Portis too much credit, but this Herb Jones, when is the last time somebody watched Herb Jones play? I feel like this Herb Jones thing is getting a little bit out of hand, Kyle.
I don't know.
That's going to save the Milwaukee Bucks? Herb Jones?
I wouldn't give up the 2031 pick for Herb Jones.
Bobby Portis and Herb Jones. Here's the write-up, Kyle. The Pelicans have perpetually tried to avoid a roster reset, and it sounds like that broken record is once again bouncing through the big easy streets, and that's not any tea leaf reading, by the way. It's just the simple digestion from this straightforward report from The Athletic. New Orleans is not interested in moving Jones. There is admittedly no gray area within those words, but why not? The Pelicans are really so committed to their worst in the West roster that they can't even fathom letting go of a 27-year-old defensive role player. That stance has to land somewhere between flimsy and foolish, doesn't it? If the New Orleans Pelicans comes to its senses, it can't bypass an opportunity like this. An unprotected, he's saying it would be unprotected future first from a franchise with as much long-term uncertainty as Milwaukee has would be invaluable, especially when it's arriving without a star player being sent out. Portis and Jackson would be money matchers, but the former may attract a win-now suitor on a later date, and the latter retains at least a mildly interesting blend of being 24 years old, athleticism, and awareness. Oh, hold on, man. Hold on. I got to look up these Herb Jones stats.
Also, couldn't they just put Kyle Kuzma in there instead of Portis?
Yeah, I'm sure they could, yeah. 19 games, 9.6 points per game, 3.8 rebounds per game, 2 assists per game, 39% from the field. Brother, 33% from three-point range, 80% from free throw. What are we doing? And I know he went to Alabama because there's a connection there with Keon. What are we doing with the Herb Jones thing?
I will say, though, Allen, all NBA defensive first-teamer 2 years ago.
When was that?
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
He was first-team all-defense.
Where were the Kings 2 years ago, Kyle?
Well, yeah.
A lot can happen in 2 years, my guy.
This was the year that the Pelicans beat the Kings 6 times.
Oh, no. With no Zion.
Yeah.
That started everything. That
was the beginning of the end.
His career, 10.1 points, and I know he's a 3-and-D guy. He's 27 years old. He just turned 27. Happy belated, Herb Jones. 10.1 points per game, 3.8 rebounds, 2.5 assists, 47% from the field. Kyle, he's only at 36% from three for his career. I've been on this for so long. This Herb Jones thing, I don't know what, and the Pelicans just keep playing with people. Just saying, no, he's untouchable. They're just messing around seeing how high the price tag on Herb Jones could get. Because this is ridiculous. And last season, he played in 20 games.
Well, yeah, because he was hurt.
He played in 20 games. He played 76 before that. That's when, like you said, he was 5th in Defensive Player of the Year voting. The season before that, he played in 66 games. He's already 27. What are we doing with the Herb Jones thing?
He's just Caruso.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he's
not.
A great defensive player.
He's not Caruso.
Who gets your 5th scoring option. And Caruso scores more on the Thunder now, but Caruso on the Bulls was not scoring like Caruso on the Thunder.
Caruso is at, for his career, 6.8 points per game, 2.9 rebounds, 2.8 assists. He shoots it at 37% from three. Maybe he is Caruso.
Yeah, he is.
But Caruso plays.
But Herb
more.
Jones is an elite defender who doesn't do a ton on offense, but you don't need him to do a ton on offense.
I mean, and they did give up Josh Giddey for Caruso.
Yeah.
He's not Caruso to me. I don't care. Caruso's a champion.
He's now. Well, I guess no, he was on the Bulls also because he won with the Lakers.
Yeah. Caruso's different, man. I don't get this Herb Jones thing. I really don't.
That's fine. Bring it back to the Kings one, though, because we're still talking about the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
I did think of maybe a reason why the Bucks would want to make that move and give up the pick, which is, you know how we've been talking about how maybe just removing one piece of the logjam would help the flow of the offense and everything. I'm looking at these Bucks numbers, and honestly, just removing Kuzma might just change their fortunes. Like, not only is he a chucker, he's a bad three-point shooter this year. Like, maybe just taking Kuzma out of the equation might just help everything flow better.
It's the Tua Kyler Murray thing. Just a different, well, I'm not going to say bad because Zach LaVine's not bad, but it's a bad contract. Just a different bad. Right? Pie chart, 90% yes in red, and then it says 10% also yes, but in yellow.
But Zach LaVine is a great three-point shooter, over 40%. Kyle Kuzma shoots a lot and doesn't hit threes, versus the rest of the team is hitting threes. Portis is hitting threes, Rollins, Kevin Porter Jr., Gary Trent Jr., like all these dudes are hitting threes except Kuzma. So maybe it's just a case of we can get 2 more great shooters, LaVine, who's a high usage rate guy, and we can just get Kuzma out of here. Please, dear God, just get Kuzma out of this equation.
Yeah, 850, shout out Florida. We've had a Knicks fan text in that was trying to roast me, and now a Florida number 850 says, Herb Jones can guard 1 through 4. Keon can't do that. I'm not comparing Herb. No, Herb Jones is better than Keon. But this price tag on Herb Jones is nuts. Is nuts to me. And it's not, and the Pelicans keep saying, nope, not high enough. I mean, if people keep wanting to pay for it, I guess,
hey,
cool.
The Bulls held out and they got their current best player in exchange for Alex Caruso. Yeah. So maybe just keep holding out, Pelicans.
Yeah, just keep holding out. I mean, somebody is eventually going to do it. So those are the options. And like I said, I kind of briefly went through the article, Kyle. They don't have the Kings players going anywhere, which isn't good. It would be nice to see somebody. I thought you'd see Zach LaVine pop up somewhere else. They are not the subject of any trade targets, okay? They are in trades for the Kings, but again, would the Bucks do that deal? 209 says the Kings have played so poorly that even the desirable pieces on the team have become damaged goods. You know, sometimes Control F is messing around. Let me just double check. Yeah, nobody's coming up.
Man, the Kings needed the Clippers so bad to not be awful.
Yep.
Like the Clippers were going to take DeRozan. Someone else maybe was going to take the Zach LaVine, like the Bucks.
Let me try Control F Kings. Nope, nothing.
No.
Nothing.
Clippers ruined everything, man. If the Clippers just weren't so garbage, we could do DeRozan for Bogey or John Collins, and now that the Clippers stink, we would have to attach a pick because there's more guaranteed money next year on DeRozan.
If you're curious about the Jonathan Kuminga piece of it, Zach Buckley says that the Warriors should send Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Pajemski to the Bucks for Miles Turner. I think I like that one. He also has the Wizards going after Jonathan Kuminga. CJ McCollum to the Golden State Warriors. We've talked about that before. For Jonathan Kuminga, Buddy Hield, and a 2030 second round pick. The Warriors, Joe would be sending more emails if they did that deal.
Yeah.
If you lose Jonathan Kuminga for CJ McCollum after all that, oh my goodness, they be cooked.
Yeah, that would be brutal. By the way, CJ McCollum, statistically the worst defender in the league this year, so that's not helping them at all. Also, I don't understand it. The Wizards could have had Kuminga this summer and chose not to go after him. And him and Alex Sarr, I don't know how that's going to work.
I do have an answer for that. And the answer that I have for that is that when you decide your young guys might stink, then you want new young guys. That's the answer, right? Hey, we don't need Kuminga because we got young guys. Oh, our young guys might stink. We need new young guys.
But Alex Sarr is the only one that's good.
That's what I'm saying. We need new young guys.
But I don't know. Alex Sarr and Kuminga, I don't see them playing great together because neither one of them's a shooter, really.
Yeah. Jonathan Kuminga was a good shooter for about 2 weeks.
Yeah, but if he were a great shooter, Steve Kerr would play him instead of Pajemski.
Yeah, and then Joe Lacob wouldn't have to respond to emails. But
saying it's about Steve Kerr wants to play certain players.
Real quick, I am just going to take a victory lap on the Jimmy Butler thing. A lot of people, and it's not even about the Warriors, because a lot of people were getting on me when the Warriors went on their little 30, what were they? 30-3 or something like that when they signed Jimmy Butler, and everybody was hitting me up saying, "Allen, you hate Jimmy Butler. How do you feel about it now?" Because I said, I don't care what they're doing. I don't think Jimmy Butler is worth that money, and I don't think Jimmy Butler is still very good. And you know what? Now people are roasting Joe Lacob, emailing him because they decided to pay Jimmy Butler $60 million not over the next 2 years, each year for the next 2 years to be a second option. And you know what? He's not a second option. So I am going to spin the block because a lot of people were hitting me up saying, I wish Jimmy Butler was on the Kings. The problem wasn't getting Jimmy Butler. The problem was Jimmy Butler wanted that ridiculous extension, and I did not want the Kings to give him that. I'd rather just pay Zach LaVine the money that they're paying Zach LaVine than pay Jimmy Butler $60 million a year.
Did you see Jimmy Butler was in those Google Pixel commercials yesterday?
Goodness. Then you got to watch this guy on all these commercials with his wigs and his hair. Brother, it's just like that meme. Jimmy, do something. Steph dropped 48 and we're losing to the Blazers. And Jimmy's got a bob weave on, all right, doing commercials. So I am going to spin the block on that because you know who you are. Everybody was hitting me up. Allen, you want to take your take back on Jimmy Butler and adding him to the Kings? No, I didn't want to do it then, and I didn't want to do it now because Jimmy Butler, who's also missed time, is 37 years old. He's such a gritty player. The older you get, that grit makes things tough. So I had to talk about that because everybody was, Allen, Jimmy Butler, do you feel bad now? Hell no, and I still don't. On the other side, we have some sound from Doug Christie as we discuss how this team is about to turn the page. This is really important because how Doug is purposely talking about the team is telling me that a change gonna come, just like Sam Cooke says. The question is, when? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Tomorrow night, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner.
Starts at 5:30 with the tip-off at 7. Listen to your Sacramento Kings.
On the official home of Kings basketball, Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It is Wednesday. Getting out the door to a soggy start. Have some wet road conditions out there due to some passing showers for the morning commute. We get into the afternoon, we'll see partly sunny skies. Temperatures today a little warmer, highs low 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Winning 1K is easy. Just turn the key for a G. Take a test drive at any dealership at the Roseville Auto Mall to be entered to win. The Roseville Auto Mall is giving away $1,000 every day through December 19th. Turn the key, take the drive, and win a G. Only at the Roseville Auto Mall.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
Who has the largest selection of golf merchandise in Northern California? The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. It's the go-to store for golf bags, apparel, equipment, lessons, club fittings, novelty items, and more. With their low price guarantee, complimentary gift boxes, and gift cards for your golfer, it's the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Add convenient online shopping and effortless after-Christmas return policy, and you'll see why the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heating and Air. They're now upgrading what they do to include plumbing. They're bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. So they're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy home pros. You hear me talk about them all the time as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement. And now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free and give you that second opinion. And right now, they got a free furnace special with a full system installation up to $2,500 in rebates. All for a company that's been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ Better Business Bureau. 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation.
Groundworks, official foundation repair company of Cal Athletics.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Daniel Tosh, my first farewell tour. Saturday, January 24th, 8 p.m. The venue at Thunder Valley.
This is how I come up with material. I rant to my friends and my family, my inner circle, and when they hate every word coming out of my mouth, I know it's ready.
Saturday, January 24th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. On sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss your chance to see Daniel Tosh.
At first, I tried to tell him, oh, man, you got to go. It's free food and stuff like that. You know what? Don't go. It's more chances for a raffle. More chances for me to win the raffle. Kyle, are you going?
I'm going to try to.
Okay.
You get to leave a little bit earlier than I do.
Oh, yeah. I'm busting my you-know-what over there.
I still got to cut podcasts and
I hear you.
Prep our show for tomorrow.
I hear you.
You do that at like 1 a.m.
I'll do that at 1 in the morning.
When your children are keeping you awake.
With my new whatever TV or whatever I win. By the way, speaking of winning, I shouldn't be telling anybody this either because it's more competition. But, yeah, we're at $1.2 billion for the Powerball, people. So after I leave the holiday party, I will be stopping and getting a ticket. And if you don't hear me on the airwaves tomorrow, chances are your boy is a billionaire. And I can buy my house in Santa Cruz, and I can buy my house in, where else, Kyle? El Dorado Hills. We'll get one in El Dorado Hills, okay? One in Folsom.
You also just wanted a cabin?
I got it. My family will have a cabin to their name in Tahoe. We're going to get the cabin. It's going to be North Lake right next to Frankie's so we can hang out, and South Lake. I'll get both, all right? And then I need one in South Beach just for fun. So then I'll be good, Kyle. I'll be good. Then I'll get one in Philly, too.
What is the South Beach one for?
Oh, well, it's, it's South Beach, so that's where you need to be. So that's what I'm doing. If you don't hear me on the airwaves, even in that, and they were talking about it on KNCI, my guy, Pat and Cody, and Pat was saying nobody even won the little $2 million, right? Getting a couple numbers right. Just give me the $2 million.
Look, it's so funny you brought this up because I heard that segment too when I was listening to KNCI. And I realized there are two types of people in this world. There are the Pats who was saying, you got to get it from a liquor store because liquor stores are where they always win the Powerball. Like he has strategy to how he's going to win the Powerball. And then there's Cody who is like, I'm not even going to buy one. Like, what are the chances? And I realized you're a Pat and I'm a Cody. And that's, again, there's two types of people in this world.
See, I didn't know that's where you were going to go. I thought you were going to say, you either get it from the liquor store or you get it from, or you can just get it anywhere. Because I do feel weird when I get it from a grocery store. It feels like a loser.
What about 7-Eleven?
That's okay. That's okay.
7-Eleven's a happy compromise.
Do they sell Black & Milds? If they sell Black & Milds,
that's how you know.
No. Do they sell single Black & Milds? If they sell single Black & Milds.
Well, that's illegal in California.
You can buy a lottery ticket there. If you don't sell singles, I'm not buying it from you because that's a loser. Like when I get it, because, it's just more convenient. When I get one from the grocery store down the street, it feels like a loser. But when I get it from the liquor store and you got to tell them the numbers and, sometimes it takes longer because the machine is kind of slow. Oh, that feels like a winner.
See, this is my exact point, Alan. There's two types of people in the world. You're a Pat and I'm a Cody. Yeah. And that's just how you learn when the Powerball gets to a certain number, which, by the way, I went by the store today and the sign can only just say 999 because it doesn't go any higher. You learn what type of person you are when the Powerball every couple months gets to a certain number.
And I missed it on Monday, but I'm back today. But I'll set a limit, right? I'll play it. It's funny because you almost want someone to hit it because you're wasting money. So I feel obligated to play it. And I don't go crazy. Like my pops, he'd go crazy, a lot of money, okay? But for me, I'm not going super crazy, but it is enough to where, because it's Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, once about 2 weeks go by, I'm ready for somebody else to hit it because I want to stop spending the money. But I can't stop until somebody hits it.
You can't stop.
No, not when it's at $1 billion.
You sound like a Raiders fan right there. I can't stop
Not when it's at $1 billion. $1 million, who needs $300 million with these taxes in California? But $1 billion? Oh, man, I got to see. So I'm almost hoping somebody hit. I hope that somebody is me, but somebody please hit so I can stop wasting this money.
And I just say I'm not going to waste the money in the first place, which Cody made the insane point, which is you can take it in like payments over 20 years or you can take it in cash.
Yeah.
In cash, taxes, and everything else, you would get $572 million.
Oh, man. Oh, how much? Oh. I got to get a house in Panama for my mom so we can kick it out there. She can get her own house. I get my house, a plane. What is it called? The G7?
I think they're up to G8 now.
Oh, I got the G8. I got 2 G8s. That's what I got. All right, 916-339-1140. By the way, we were joking about Joe Lacob and how he responded to an email that he got from a fan. So we said to send us your emails that you would send to Vivek, and if they are appropriate, we would read them on the air, and you never know. Trust me, they be listening, okay? So you never know. So 916, this is from the 209. They say, subject, $7 water, ? Yo, Vivek, we are the Browns of the NBA. Maybe lower ticket prices next season. Thanks, Dead Inside. Sent by iPhone 6.
Sent by iPhone 6 was a great joke. Great job, whoever.
That is from the 209. So keep the emails coming, and we will read them off if they are appropriate. All right, Kyle, enough messing around. Let's hear from Doug Christie. And we got a couple clips, but Kyle, let's just start with Doug Christie kind of getting into it and talking about turning the page, not talking about turning the page, but starting to talk more about the reflection and the purpose of what they're doing this season versus just the wins and losses. Here it is.
Yeah, obviously we can't play DeMar like that. Some of the games just get away and they dictate certain things. But more than anything, we have to make sure that we're developing our young players. We got to find out about guys and develop them. That's the biggest piece of the puzzle more than anything. And we will do that. I mean, that's the bottom line, because going forward, we have to make sure that these guys are as ready and as developed as they possibly can be, so as we continue down this path, we continue to improve as individuals, collectively, and then ultimately as a team and as an organization. We're in a place that these young players are going to be the cornerstones of what we do going forward. So it always has to be at the top of the list, Jason. Like, that is important for Keegan to develop, for Neek to develop, for Max to develop, for Dylan to develop. Like, these are very, very important things, and develop the right way and learn the right way. All the little things that we value with physicality, with rebounding, with defense, with sharing the basketball. Like, it doesn't happen all the time on the floor, but it has to be the staple of who they are. And they're really good kids. They want to do everything the right way, and we just have to pour into them, and we do.
That sounds like, to me, when the Kings play tomorrow night, DeMar DeRozan should not be playing 40 minutes. Russell Westbrook, I don't even know if he should be playing 30 minutes. Dennis Schroeder shouldn't be playing 30 minutes. I know Zach LaVine is out, and Domantas Sabonis would be separate, even though Domantas Sabonis is out. But that sounds to me like Doug is moving forward. So I am very fascinated and very intrigued as to how this goes tomorrow, because that sounds like Doug is turning the page. Now, will the rotations and the playing time reflect that? That's what we need to wait and see, and that's what we're going to talk about on the other side. Do we actually think it's going to happen? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Tomorrow night, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner.
Starts at 5:30 with tip-off at 7. Listen to your Sacramento Kings
On the official home of Kings basketball, Sactown Sports 1140.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data. 1-800 Age 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and Timber Creek Golf Course, want to let you know, is your official holiday golf headquarters. Right now, they've got an unreal deal going. Buy two, get one free. These are 12 packs of Srixon golf balls. Srixon has been turning heads all year. I've been using these balls, and yeah, for the record, my pseudo hole-in-one back in September came off a Srixon tee shot, and people aren't letting me forget it, that's for sure. Listen, these balls will not make you a scratch golfer, but for somebody like me, it makes the ball go more in the direction I want it to go in, and that means quite a bit. So whether you're shopping for the golfer in your life or, let's be honest, you're buying for yourself, hey, stock up now. When you're at Timber Creek, grab a gift certificate for lessons to dial in your game for next season. Whether you're fixing a slice or adding distance, improvement doesn't stop for winter. You got your holiday shopping solved. Srixon, buy two, get one free at Timber Creek Golf Course. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
So you need last-minute gifts. No judgment. Get an extra 25% off during Kohl's Friends and Family Sale and find great gifts under $20. Like something cozy, something thoughtful, something that says you planned this all along. Yep, you're just one quick trip away from checking off the last gifts on your list. Save now at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Staples presents An Easy Holiday.
Running a small business during the holidays is hard.
No truer words were...
But this year, Staples helped me have an easy holiday.
Your script has a typo.
Nope, easy peasy. I just ordered online at Staples.com and picked up in store. And with UPS on site, shipping was easy too. Plus, huge savings on tech, custom cards, even my holiday sale signage.
Visit your local Staples store or Staples.com today for up to 45% off select laptops.
That was easy.
Ends 12/27.
At Sierra Pacific, your home's comfort comes first. Need fast heating or plumbing you can trust? Our skilled, friendly technicians are ready when you need them. Save 10% on heating or plumbing repairs this holiday season. Get a heating system tune-up for just $79. Call today or visit SierraPacificHome.com. Legendary service and craftsmanship since 1984.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air. The guys in the big red trucks.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. Claim your free panel today. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sactown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. and we are reading off emails, okay, in the spirit of Joe Lacob responding to a Warrior fan via email, and it was confirmed by Warriors PR. It was Joe Lacob. We said send in 916-339-1140. Send in your emails that you would send to Kings ownership, and if they are appropriate, we will read them off. So we will continue to do that. We've read a couple so far, and we'll continue to read them. Yeah, Doug Christie, if you're just now joining us, Doug Christie is very much focused on the future of this Kings team, which puts him in a weird spot, which puts the vets in a weird spot. And if you look at the minutes played for the vets, the real question is, when is this thing going to flip? And how would it flip? right? What's another example of a situation like this where you almost want the vets to quiet quit in a way? You don't want to play them the same amount of minutes that they've been playing, but it's kind of hard to just actually, it's illegal, right? You are not allowed to just sit them on the bench if they don't make a certain amount of money. You can't be a did not play coach's decision. The difference with Bradley Beal is he started coming off the bench, but I think he was playing in Phoenix. But the big thing was he's being paid all that money and coming off the bench, but he was playing. I do think that's an interesting, and I don't know, Kyle, if Bradley Beal or if the Suns got fined, but I am curious how many minutes Bradley Beal was playing last season, because there were some weird situations where he did not play, I feel like
context mattered, though, because the Suns were like, I'm trying. We're just better with Ryan Dunn than Bradley Beal, which is crazy given that they made the trade that they did.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm sure there's a lot of ways around getting fined. Hey, if we're winning games, can you get mad at us for... And honestly, Bradley Beal is not the biggest star. Is it star power? You know what I mean? How everything gets measured. Is Adam Silver really going to, you got to play Bradley Beal even if he stinks and gets injured every time he is on the court. You got to do it. I don't know how that works, but all I know is that DeMar DeRozan can't go from playing 39 minutes to 10. I don't think they can get away with that. And he definitely can't just not play.
You just got to be able to prove it, right?
Yeah.
That was the thing with the Jazz, is like they could prove Lauri Markkanen was being held out of a particular number of games, despite the fact that he was not cleared, but the injuries were not equal to the amount of time that he was being held out, and there was inconsistency about which games he was being held out of and stuff.
We have another email. This is from West Sac Noah. Noah also says that scratchers at grocery stores are better than liquor stores. I'm going to take your word for it, West Sac Noah. I'm not huge on the scratchers. My father is, but I'll take your word for it. West Sac Noah also has an email to Vivek. Dear Jerry Jones of the NBA, just let your GM do his job and go on vacation, please. Thank you, and go Kings. All right, West Sac, no, I like it. Hey, you paid him. You trust him. Let Scott cook. Just let him cook. And, I'm talking about winning $1 billion here. Some of y'all, you already kind of got $1 billion. Go to one of your 18 houses, right? Just kick it. Just kick it.
Your room at the Sawyer.
Yeah, just go to the Kimpton Sawyer and enjoy yourself. Just let Scott do his thing. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Evan, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Evan? Happy Wednesday. What you got for us?
What's up, A Styles? I used to play baseball with you back in the day, but I had a question. For you.
Okay.
I was wondering how can the Kings get back to white chocolate, Chris Webber, like Stojakovic? I used to love those Kings. Like, I really love those Kings. And I don't know what we need to do, if it's a rebuild, if we need to just scrap everything. But I feel like there's a way to get us back to that type of glory where we're competing for Western Conference championships, NBA finals. What do we need to do?
Thanks for the call, Evan. Great stuff. That's my guy, E. Warner. We balled out back in the day. Shout out E. Warner. Yeah, I would say, it starts with, and when you bring up White Chocolate, who he's doing his thing now, he's taken over the Patrick Beverly podcast. Kyle and I just found out. It's been renamed, by the way. But it starts with the...
Well, it would be weird if it was the Pat Bev pod with Jason Williams.
With Jason Williams. But I do think it starts with having a guy, right? That guy could be Jason Williams, and Jason Williams was that connector. I guess there's two options here. You either have a dude or you have just an incredible connector that is a dude in a different way. Like, I hate to bring up Tyrese Halliburton because he was on the Kings, but the Pacers are a good example of not necessarily having. Do the Pacers have the Pacers don't have a top 10 player on the team, right? I don't know what you're doing with Tyrese.
Yeah, Tyrese, I think once he went on the run, I think then people started to acknowledge he was top 10.
But the way he's doing it, he's making other players better, right? And that's his bag. So you either need somebody like that or you just need an absolute dude. And right now the Kings have neither. So I don't know what's easier to attain. I mean, let me ask you this, and I hate to do it to go with the double down approach, but how much better? This is going to sound crazy, and maybe it is crazy, but how much better is Tyrese Halliburton than Trae Young? Like, how much better? All I'm saying is, could Trae Young be that connector type of piece for the Kings? I'm not saying to do it, and I know Tyrese is better than Trae Young, but if the Kings got Trae Young, could he be a version of, I know Tyrese was on the Kings, but of that for the Kings?
Trae Young in 2021, when he was about the same age as Tyrese Halliburton, was not that different from Tyrese Halliburton. Right. Which I think is kind of your point, is all of these guys are good enough. It's just about how the collection of talent fits together, especially in this age of parity in the NBA where no team has multiple top 10 players or even multiple top 20 players.
And I hate to do it because we've joked about the Pacers and how Vivek wants to be in the Eastern Conference and wants to be the Pacers, even though they moved on from Tyrese Halliburton. But the Pacers don't make the finals in the West. They don't. No. I don't know what they are in the West, to be honest with you.
They maybe don't make the finals if Jason Tatum doesn't blow out his Achilles last year.
Yeah.
Which, again, I think the other part to your point about Halliburton is they were the team that went 9 or 10 deep, and they had the star players, no doubt, but don't forget, Pascal Siakam was Eastern Conference Finals MVP.
Right.
It was not Tyrese. It was Siakam was the guy who helped them get over the hump. And again, Siakam is a player who at times was an all-star, all-NBA player, then he wasn't again, and then he's back to being all-NBA again. He's a great example of just because you are this thing now doesn't mean you won't be that thing 2 years from now, and vice versa. He's gone from second-best player on a team that won a championship to down again to back to being second-best player on a team that went to the finals.
Yeah, so there's the rebuild aspect, but if you didn't go with the rebuild, I would look at, and you could argue LaMelo. I guess the hybrid of it, and I put this in the article that I put out, what was that, yesterday? If you did want to go in that direction, answering my boy E. Warner, my boy Evan, would be to go get LaMelo. Because LaMelo is what, still 24? He could be that. So you'd have LaMelo, Keegan, and then you'd make, Domantas Sabonis is only 29. So you'd have LaMelo, Keegan, and Domantas Sabonis. And LaMelo, when he plays, I know people say empty calories, he is a floor raiser. So I believe Keegan would be better. I believe Domantas Sabonis would be better. I believe the whole roster would be better. Now, that comes with its own risks. But if you didn't, and part of that is still the rebuild. Because think about it like this, Kyle. And I know I try to get away from the double down thing, but this is a different double down because he's so young. But if you went and got LaMelo and then you stunk this season and you go get whoever you want, right? And then at that point you would be taking Debanza. I don't think you take Darren Peterson. You could if you really liked him, but Darren Peterson can't get on the court. Then you go get Cam Boozer or Debanza. You'd be rolling out LaMelo, Debanza, Keegan, and Sabonis. Do you know how different everybody would feel about the Kings if they did that going into next season? No clue what they would do in the West, but you'd have a shot at it.
Well, I think the other part, too, is
at the playoffs, not a championship.
Yeah,
the playoffs.
Yeah, I understand that point. But again, it's building upon it. And Chris Watkins brought up this point last week, and it was really good. It's like the reason you trade for a Trae Young or a Ja Morant is a LaMelo Ball is the hope that it will be your Jalen Brunson. Where Brunson got to the Knicks at 26 with no all-star teams to his name and now is a top 10 player in the league.
But how rare is that leap? How rare is the late? This is the thing that we do now with these models. We just talked about the Pacers model. How rare is the undersized late 20s college player leap? That's pretty rare, man.
Yes, which is why many people advise against the Kings going down that path of trading multiple future picks for LaMelo Ball, because the more common path to success is to draft the 19-year-old that by the time they're 22, everyone can see, oh, that guy's going to be special.
When we return, Bobby Marks had some things to say, not just about the Kings, about all the teams and where their transactional situation is right now as we enter the trade season. Speaking of trades, we got some trades for Domantas Sabonis as he has been connected to the Bulls, Wizards, Suns, and Raptors. We locked Kyle in the trade basement to see the trade dungeon to see what he could cook up. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey there, Mark and Tom, the travel and entertainment guys, brought to you by Sports Leisure Vacations. Time for that weekly travel tip, and with it, here's Mark Hoffman.
What should go in the overhead compartment on a plane? There's a lot more competition for that space now that all airlines charge for checked bags. You can save $70 to $80 round trip by schlepping a bag that is way over the legal limit and stuffing it into the overhead. Never mind if your bag takes up the room of two. It's all about your stuff. You see, overhead space on a plane is of great value. Gate agents beg you to check your carry-on so the flight won't be delayed. Of course, if those same agents enforced the legal size of carry-ons, this entire problem would go away tomorrow. Until they do, if your carry-on is a jacket or coat or small flexible bag, it's often easy to place it on top of another bag. Smaller bags can be placed under your seat, except for the fact that then there is no room for your legs. Perhaps the airlines might stop charging for bags, and perhaps pigs will fly.
More tips to make you a smarter traveler Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
We're a Maverick too, 'cause you are a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply.
Listen to the 49ers Red Zone Report daily, brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza, pizza the way it ought to be.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sactown Sports.
1 hour away from Janet Jackson tickets. Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. They went fast yesterday, and Kyle is going to pick that lucky number today for you if you want a chance at those tickets. So that's coming up at 1 o'clock. If you're on the Sactown Sports app, the new and improved app, be sure to switch on over and just call in at 1. You call in at 1. Well, once you hear me say it's time to call in and we give you that number, just be connected there. Hop on YouTube once it gets close to be safe, or hop in the car and just turn the car on and just listen, because I know the app is slightly delayed, but it is refreshed and you can see Kyle and I's pretty faces on the app via video as well. Kyle and I were matching yesterday, so some people on the YouTube were giving us grief about matching. Well, look, we don't get a ton of new swag, okay? So we got some Sactown Sports hoodies And by the way, I am working on merch.
To keep your swag right.
That is what I am working on merch. Again, all these ideas that I say on the air before I tell my boss and before he can tell his boss. But we have multiple parties coming up. We have the NBA lottery party. Okay. We have the NBA draft party. That's coming up. But we're also doing some Styles merch, some Allen Stiles Show merch. So how about this? Put on the text line and the chat, what are some of my taglines that we should have on the merch? Okay?
Well, we're definitely going to make a Senor Segway shirt.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Would we have my 3? We probably have that one on it too.
With just the photo of you.
So we're working on merch, all right? We got a lot going on.
Yeah.
Okay? And look, my higher-ups might not know it yet, but there's a lot of work to be done here on the Allen Stiles Show coming up in 2026. I'll tell you that much right now.
Would also like to point out we are technically kind of matching again today.
Kind of. But not as bad. We were literally wearing the same hoodies yesterday.
Yeah, we had the same outfit yesterday, but we're also kind of matching again today.
When we get changed at different times, my wife and we come down wearing the same color, I just go change. I can't do it.
It's you
Or
can't.
she'll look at me and say, I'll go change. She knows I can't do it. I can't do it.
Why?
I can't do it. I can't have people thinking that we did it on purpose.
So this is when you're going to the same place?
Yeah, we're going out and we come downstairs and we're both wearing blue. I'll go change.
Okay.
I can't do it, man.
I don't understand.
I haven't decided if we'll do got the 2 kiddos, the 2 girls. Are they gonna wear matching stuff sometimes? I think that's cool, right? But I can't match with her, right?
So
I just know.
Your thought is they can wear whatever they want, and if they want to match each other, then they can match.
Like there's pictures of me matching my dad, right? We both had a polo or whatever when I was 6-7 years old. So I don't mind that. The matching with parents and matching with each other, the siblings, cool. I cannot match with my wife.
That's where you draw the line.
Yeah. And maybe the holiday pajama thing, that's different. I can't go out.
You don't want to go out in public wearing the same colors. Not even the same outfit, just the same colors.
I can't do it. I think we did that when we were going to the California State Fair, which, by the way, State Fair moving to the fall, and I don't like it.
Oh, I didn't hear this.
It's because of the heat. But that's what I got to read the full article, but I saw it come out from KCRA. I got to double check, but I saw they're either thinking about it or they're about to do it. I know the heat, it's a big deal, but it needs to be in the summer.
I mean, I thought the whole point of doing it in the summer is that kids are not in school. If you do it in the fall, kids are going to be in school.
Look, man. Look, you don't got to convince me.
They going to close the state fair? I know they do it already on some weekdays, but is it just going to be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday thing?
You don't got to convince me. I'll get that article and we'll read it in the 1 o'clock hour. All right, this is from Bobby Marks, NBA trade deadline, the big questions facing all 30 front offices. And he starts it off saying, will the Dallas Mavericks look to trade Anthony Davis? What will it take to acquire Giannis Antetokounmpo if the Milwaukee Bucks open trade talks for the 2-time MVP? Those are 2 of the many questions NBA front offices will need to discuss leading up to the February 5th trade deadline. And with Monday marking the unofficial start of the trade season, nearly 90%, again, a different percent. We've seen 3 different percents, but I'm going to trust Bobby Marks. Nearly 90% of the players are eligible to be moved. Those questions will begin to be answered. Along with identifying the trade season focus for all 30 teams, we are breaking down the important information, the apron status, trade exceptions, what to watch, most valuable first-round picks, which I think is a good one that we don't talk about a lot, and big expiring contracts. That could help define which direction each franchise takes in the coming months. Okay, so Sacramento. Apron status, $7.8 million below the first apron. They are hard capped. Exception to watch, $14.1 million and $5 million. Front office focus. Here's the write-up. While Kings veterans DeMontis Sabonis, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Dennis Schroeder will get plenty of buzz this trade season, does Keon Ellis have the most value on Sacramento's roster? After last season's career high 80 games with 8.3 points per game and 43.3% shooting from the three-point range, Ellis has been inconsistent this season. He is on a team-friendly $2.3 million contract, but will be an unrestricted free agent in July. A team interested in trading for him would acquire his bird rights, allowing the organization to exceed the salary cap in a new contract. Most valuable first rounders that they have, their own picks from 2026 to 2032. That's a lot. That's good stuff, man. That's a lot. 2027 if 1 through 16 from the Spurs, a 2031 from the Timberwolves. Big expiring contracts. I thought this was interesting, Kyle. He actually has Zach LaVine marked down as a, quote, big expiring contract, even though he's looking ahead, essentially. And I think that's a good thing because clearly he's looking at it the way teams might look at it. And maybe, just maybe, there might be a bit more value to Zach LaVine than we've been previously told, because if he's writing it like that, because in my mind, the way we typically say it is there's 2 years left on his deal. But we're getting to the point where Bobby is saying by the time we hit the trade deadline in February, he's essentially going to be viewed as an expiring contract. We got 3 more months left of the season, and the Kings ain't playing in June. So that's how Bobby Marks is looking at it. I think that is kind of a big deal.
If you're truly looking at it as an expiring contract, it is, but he has the player option, which holds up the truly expiring deal, because you would need someone in free agency. And again, I know it's pre-agency. People tamper all the time with this stuff, but you would need someone in free agency to convince him to opt out of that $49 million to then sign for the, spread out over other years situation that we've talked about before. Mm-hmm. And just because Sacramento has shown no inclination to do that doesn't mean that maybe a Milwaukee, for example, wouldn't trade for him and then say, hey, we need to lower that dollar value a bit because we have to pay Damian Lillard $20 million for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
We're okay paying you 40-something million a year for the next 4 years because, we just decide that that's a worthwhile investment. Maybe that happens. I don't know. But it's still technically assume he's going to opt into that. As Sean Cunningham said, it would be malpractice to advise him not to opt into that player option. So let's assume he's opting into that player option until otherwise notified.
Yeah, the reason I know Milwaukee's been the team that continues to come up, but with the Giannis thing, how does this work, right? Do they make a trade? Because do they sign Miles Turner if they knew this was going on with Giannis? What is the order of operations? Do they make the trade and then they say, here, Giannis, we did this. Will you stay? Will they wait for Giannis to say, hey, I'm staying, now go out and do something? That's what is throwing me off and why I don't feel terribly comfortable talking about the Bucks. And I know that's the one team, whether it's Zach Buckley from Bleacher Report with the trade that they had for Zach LaVine or Sam Amick, who's reported it. Multiple people have reported it. I just don't know what the order of operations is. Does Giannis say, hey, I'm staying, and then they go make the trade? Or do they make the trade and pray?
I think that they had an inclination they had to do something. But I can't remember I think it was the Shams story that came out kind of blowing the top off of the Giannis summer situation. They talked about Giannis, Brian Windhorst said it. It was like Giannis did not like that they cut Damian Lillard. Giannis saw them sign Miles Turner and immediately asked to be a New York Knick. So they made the moves with the hope that Giannis would be happy with it and it would make them better with Giannis. But they had no guarantees that Giannis was going to stick around. I mean, they could. It's the same thing Portland did with Dame. They signed Jeremy Grant for $160 million, and then Dame immediately said, I would like a trade, and then they were stuck with $160 million of Jeremy Grant.
Yeah, and I guess maybe you just make the trade and figure the rest out later, because even if Giannis leaves, what are you doing? If you go back to the Buckley trade, right? Now, I think that 2031 pick would have to be highly protected. But you go back to that Buckley trade, and it was Bobby Portis, Kyle Kuzma, and
Cole Anthony,
and then the 2031, which I think would be very much protected. If you are the Bucks, think about it like this. Whether Giannis stays or not, Zach LaVine has 2 years left on his deal, so we can move on from him. And the dudes that we traded him for, again, highly protect that 2031, but the dudes that we traded him for, we ain't doing anything with them if Giannis leaves anyway. So we might as well, I know we don't have picks, but we might as well stink and get some young guys in here via trades and things like that versus rolling out Kyle Kuzma, Bobby Portis with no Giannis. Why are we going to do that? Let's just see if we can convince Giannis with Zach LaVine And if we don't, we'd rather just do that than, continue forward with, we kept Bobby Portis and Kyle Kuzma, but we lost Giannis anyway.
I think they're in the weird position, specifically with Kuzma, where Kuzma's still got 2 years left. So you're paying $20 million to someone for the next 2 years. Now, there's a difference between $20 million and basically $50 million in Zach LaVine that makes us a little confused about why they would be so in on Zach LaVine. But they're in a position where they'll take anyone that is an upgrade to Kyle Kuzma that perceivably could keep Giannis around. And they were, even before it was Kuzma, they were interested in Zach LaVine back at the deadline last year. And the deal that eventually became Kuzma almost could have been Zach LaVine for Chris Middleton and other pieces. But the Bulls wanted to get their 2025 pick back, so they were willing to facilitate the Fox trade and send LaVine to Sacramento. So the Bucks have been interested in LaVine even before they had Kyle Kuzma. It's just now they're saddled with that Kuzma contract and trying to flip it into anything of value.
All right, Kyle, you went to work, what was it, yesterday after the show, or was it this morning? You went to work and cooked up multiple trades for Domantas Sabonis. So we will all say yay or nay and make fun of you if we don't like it, and we will cheer you if we do like them. So these are all the teams that Domantas Sabonis has been somewhat connected to: the Suns, the Wizards, the Raptors, the Bulls, and I will give you a thumbs up or thumbs down based on these trades. I have a weird feeling I haven't looked because I don't want to spoil the game. I have a feeling I'm not going to like these. I don't know why. Because you know why? I don't really know what Domantas' value is. So I don't know what I should and shouldn't like. But I think you are the one person that could convince me to make some of these deals. So enough talking. Let's hear them.
We'll let the data decide, shall we say.
All right.
I tried to gauge it based on somewhat of an adequate value for Sabonis. So I based a lot of these off of the Nikola Vucevic trade many years ago with Orlando and Chicago, where it's like you're getting a young, controllable piece and multiple draft picks.
Okay.
That's what I tried to base it off of. Now, for this first team, the Phoenix Suns, they literally don't have multiple draft picks to trade. So we had to kind of improvise a little bit if they actually want Domantas Sabonis. So for the Phoenix Suns, they got Jalen Green, Nick Richards, Iguodaro, a 2027 first round pick, which is probably going to be bottom of the first round, and 2 second round picks, one of which would be this year in 2026. So Jalen Green, Iguodaro, a first round pick, and 2 seconds.
And Iguodaro goes 6'11". He is 23 years old. Okay, he was taken 40th overall. He was taken in the second round in the 2024 draft. As far as what he's doing right now on the Suns, it doesn't look, Kyle. It looks like he's played in 26 games, 4.8 points, 3.7 rebounds, 1.8 assists. Has not taken a three. That's not good. 58% from the field, though. He is a big guy.
He's a traditional center.
Yeah. How old is Nick Richards?
Nick Richards is more so salary filler because it's an expiring contract.
I can't do that.
28.
That's a no.
Well, yeah, because you don't like Jalen Green.
That's a no.
No, that's fair. Like
where's my Michael Malone drop? Hell no. I need a hell no. I'm not. Come on.
Hell no.
Yeah, come on.
But that's the thing.
Don't tick me off today, Kyle.
But that's the thing. Phoenix literally can't trade for Sabonis.
Yeah.
There's like nothing they have that Sacramento would want. This is the best I could do.
Don't tick me off, Kyle.
All right, well, let's try the Wizards.
Okay.
Then. Let's try the Wizards. So in this scenario, this one's more pick heavy, I will say.
Okay.
But that's just because the Wizards don't have a lot of young controllable players. But anyways, this is, I guess, it's similar to what TC threw at us the other day, but a little different flavor. So the Kings would be getting Chris Middleton, expiring contract, Corey Kispert, 4 years left on that deal, Cam Whitmore, who the Wizards say is trash and doesn't work hard. They would get the second first-round pick the Wizards have this year, so bottom of the lottery first-round pick, 2029 unprotected Washington first-round pick, 2030 Golden State Warriors first-round pick, top 20 protected, which the Wizards have, and 4 second-round picks. So essentially, Corey Kispert, 3 first-round picks, and 4 seconds. You also have to give up Dario Saric and Devin Carter to make the money work.
Middleton expiring, you get 2 picks I love this draft. So you get my boy Neo from Virginia Tech at the bottom of the first round.
Yeah, bottom of the first round and a second rounder this year.
So you get DeBansa and Neo. All right.
Also, this is just a fun one. Warriors first round pick, top 20 protected in 2030.
Oh, they're going to be the Pajemski Warriors?
No,
oh, give me that.
No, again, it's top 20 protected, so the Warriors probably keep it, but send it back to Golden State to get Kuminga. That's the move. So that the Warriors can have their pick in 2030. And it makes it easier for them to do other trades because they would have picks in back-to-back years.
I'm in on this. This is the one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not in a bad mood anymore. I'm unticked off.
Now, you only get one shot at an actual good first-round pick, and it's 2029 unprotected Washington, which is checking notes 3 years from now when the Wizards hope to be good.
Yeah.
But cross your fingers that the Wizards are bad.
I mean, I'm not. Yeah, now that you put it like that.
Also, Corey Kispert doing pretty well.
Sure, he can be a Kevin Huerter type.
Yeah, he's got 4 years, and I think it's like $54 million on his deal.
And Cam, at one point, everyone said, why didn't we get Cam Whitmore? Maybe he just needs some farm to fork capital of the world. Maybe he just needs to be.
If Houston and Washington didn't work.
Yeah, come on out to Sacramento. Okay, I'm not maybe as jump for joy, but I am a yay. I am a yay on this one. I'm in.
Corey Kispert, 3 first-round picks and 4 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One good first. I should say one good first-round pick and 2 not good.
That's the Mikal Bridges thing with the Knicks fan that was roasting me at the beginning of the show. It's the level of first-round picks.
But you would have a Warriors pick, which you can then trade for Kuminga.
Yeah, I like it, Kyle. I don't know, like Cold Stone, like it, love it, gotta have it. I'd say it's a like it, but closer to a love it than not. So I'm in.
Just getting a bunch of picks.
That's right.
And yeah, swap Devin Carter for Cam Whitmore. See if it does anything.
I mean, it has to. Shout out Devin Carter, 30 points. All right, what's the next one?
All right, now we are going down to the 6.
6.
For the Toronto Raptors.
Oh, Lord.
We kind of already talked about this one yesterday, but it is Domantas Sabonis and Dario Saric and Drew Eubanks for salary purposes. But Domantas Sabonis for Jakob Poeltl, RJ Barrett, Colin Murray-Boyles, 2 Raptors first-round picks. One of them is this year when the Raptors are supposed to be good, and one is 2028, but it's top 10 protected.
No Grady?
No Grady. But you get Colin Murray-Boyles. But we got Colin Murray-Boyles.
Who's playing more than Grady right now.
And is younger. So it's Jakob, RJ Barrett. Jakob's got like 5 years left on his deal, by the way. I don't know what extension they gave him.
I mean, at this rate, he's about to be better than Domantas Sabonis anyway. I mean, this is how they're.
Whoa.
Well, no, this is how they're treating these young centers. They're saying they're all better than Domantas Sabonis. Hey, pound for pound, based on contract.
Young centers. Jakob Poeltl might be older than Sabonis.
No, he's not older than Sabonis.
He's 30. He's older than Sabonis.
Okay, so he's the same age as Sabonis.
Sabonis is 29.
Well, he's younger because he's cheaper. That's how it works in my mind.
Yeah, he's older than Sabonis.
I'll do the deal. Screw it. I'll do it.
So I love Colin Murray-Boyles. Not like I haven't watched a ton of him, but the idea of a 6'8" power forward who can shoot threes and defend, I'll take Colin Murray-Boyles.
So no protections on the 2026 Toronto first-round pick?
I mean, no, but the Raptors are in the playoffs right now, so it's not even a lottery.
They'll blow it.
So then you get it unprotected.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, maybe then they would have to do
get both boozers.
Maybe they'd have to do top 4, but like very lightly protected.
Yeah, I'm in on this. And my young center, Jakob Poeltl.
And you would get most of the return now. I mean, you would hold on to that 2028 pick, but once you cash in that first-round pick this year, you've got all the pieces for Sabonis already.
Wait, when did he turn? I just looked him up.
Who, Sabonis or Jakob?
Oh, he just turned 30 in October.
Sure. But he is still, again, just for the point, older than Domantas Sabonis.
I mean, what is this, first grade?
Sabonis is 8 months younger than Jakob.
What is this? Oh, I'm 10 and a half? What are we doing?
You said young center is better than Sabonis when he's older and not as good.
But he's cheaper, so that counts for something. What's next, Kyle?
He has the Zubac contract.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, last one, Chicago Bulls.
Oh, Lord.
You threw out one the other day, so I tried to do a different flavor of the deal that you sent, which you might like this one. So, Bulls.
Whoa!
Oh, Drapes is here.
Kyle Draper.
He's coming to say, what's up, big dog?
Bust in here like the police. Kyle Draper.
I'm out of here.
Are you?
That's it? Just wanted to stop by.
We're going to see you later?
No.
Where you?
I had to record some stuff.
Oh, okay.
You going to the party?
I'll be. That's what I'm saying. Come on, man.
I didn't get the invite.
Oh, give me a break. All right, Draper. Kyle Draper. As I live and breathe, he just busted. I did not know what was happening.
I was confused too because you were looking at the door. I'm like, someone's walking in here. I was like, is Dave back to say something dumb?
No, and then Draper, come back. Draper's gone. So he had to record some stuff, and now he's out of here.
Yeah, this is like when Doug Christie randomly shows up in the studio sometimes, just pops by, daps you up, and then is on his way.
Yeah, you're right, Kyle. We're going on 2 weeks now, 2 weeks straight of there's just a surprise guest that pops in. Now, Draper didn't do a 10-minute segment like Dave did, which was unannounced, and I did not ask for it. But, we're going to just keep this. You never know who's going to pop into this show.
This is going to be great on YouTube when they cut this segment later.
Yeah.
It's just randomly interrupted by Drapes.
Yeah. So, all right, I'm in on the Raptors trade, and man, Drapes almost saved me from having to hear about yet another Kings-Bulls trade. But unfortunately, we still have to get to it. All right, what is it, Kyle?
All right, Chicago Bulls. I changed the flavor of the deal you came up with the other day. So the Bulls get Domantas Sabonis, Andrew Eubanks, and Doug McDermott for contracts. Okay. It's not important. Domantas Sabonis for Kobe White, Nikola Vucevic, his expiring contract, your guy Trey Jones.
Okay, I'm listening.
And easiest way to phrase it is control of the Bulls draft from 2028 to 2030, which is they get the 28 pick, they get the 2030 pick, and they get a pick swap in 2029. If the Kings finish better than the Bulls, they can swap picks, basically. So you get control of the Bulls draft for 3 years. And Vucevic and Kobe White, which are both expiring contracts, but I think if you trade for Kobe White, you probably want to re-sign Kobe White.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just because it's the Bulls. I don't know. Right? You went what? 2 for 4. You're batting .500. And I could probably talk more so into this, but I really like the idea of getting a 2026, doubling up, going 2 for 1 in 2026. So I'm probably no on the Bulls trade. If it was the only one, I would obviously do it. And Kobe White is interesting. These guys are all interesting to send to other places, but you really don't have the opportunity to do that because the 48 hours have passed. So Kobe's going to expire and Vucevic is going to expire.
Maybe in that scenario, you just do a 3-team trade and bring other teams in.
But on its face, I like Trey Jones. I need something soon. I need more picks sooner than 2028.
You don't want 2028, 2029, 2030 picks.
I don't know where we're going to be by then.
You don't know where the Bulls are going to be by then?
You don't. But it's a barely a like it, but I'm not axing it like the Suns one.
But again, in this world now, the Kings would have 2 picks in 2028, 2 picks in 2029, 2 picks in 2030, and with the Timberwolves pick, 2 picks in 2031.
Yeah. I honestly, though, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know that Scott Perry does this deal because let's just say he probably wants to start this thing pretty quickly.
Well, if it's a long rebuild, you still got your own picks.
Let's just say he wants to get a little boost to start versus waiting around. Like I said, 2028, the long way away. Anything can happen. Okay? So I think if I'm Scott Perry, I'd rather be in the situation where, hey, we're making this move we're making this move or more moves for drafts that are sooner rather than later. Michael Scotto has had a lot to say. He's making the rounds, man. That brother's working hard, our guy. He's talking about Trae Young. He's talking about the Jazz and marketing. And my Eastern Conference Jonathan Kuminga, Benedict Mathurin, could he be headed to Sacramento? Don't move. You do not want to miss Michael Scotto working his butt off as the trade deadline is ticking away slowly but surely. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Our country is held together by small businesses. That's a fact. It's also a fact that 9 out of 10 of those small businesses will fail. Why? Because it's hard, really, really hard to build a profitable business from the ground up today. Pure Talk knows that. They started as a small American wireless company determined to keep their customer service in this country. It worked, and today Pure Talk is determined to help other small businesses prosper by offering them the same white glove service the big guys get. Same service, same 5G network at a truly affordable price. Pure Talk is focused on businesses that employ welders and roofers, electricians, plumbers, HVAC techs, the people who keep the lights on. If that sounds like your business, give Pure Talk Business a try and see just how much you could save. Dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who understands the power of small business. Pure Talk.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options. Heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Who has the largest selection of golf merchandise in Northern California? The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. It's the go-to store for golf bags, apparel, equipment, lessons, club fittings, novelty items, and more. With their low price guarantee, complimentary gift boxes, and gift cards for your golfer, it's the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Add convenient online shopping and effortless after-Christmas return policy, and you'll see why the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heating and Air. They're now upgrading what they do to include plumbing. They're bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. So they're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy home pros. You hear me talk about them all the time as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement. And now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free and give you that second opinion. And right now, they got a free furnace special with a full system installation up to $2,500 in rebates. All for a company that's been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ Better Business Bureau. 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Kyle Draper stopped by. I wanted to ask him about the trades. He probably would have said, hey, I'm not touching any of that. Kyle Draper does a great job. We miss him.
Is that how you say hello to people? Just what do you think of a trade?
That's how I say hello to people.
Yeah, you see Chris Biederman. Chris, what do you think about Sabonis to the Wizards?
And then I ask him about snowboarding while he's trying to do his job.
Yeah, while he's talking about how DeMar DeRozan is mentally struggling.
That's right. That's not how it happened.
Yes,
okay?
That is exactly what happened. Is he gave this eloquent point about DeMar DeRozan and his struggles with mental health and playing for the Kings, and then you were like, you gonna go snowboarding in Denver, Chris?
That's not how it happened.
What food do you want to eat in Denver, huh?
The shout out Chris Biederman. There was actually a video going around of City Sissoko because he's been and I can't wait for the City Sissoko conversation as the Kings are going to take on the Blazers and City Sissoko. Just 5.7 points per game, 21 games. But there's a clip for the 2 seconds City Sissoko was in Sacramento, and Chris Biederman is right next to him, and it was recirculating. The Kings missed on another one, and I sent it to Chris, and he said, that's going to be my legacy, with a fresh haircut and a random clip of City Sissoko for the 2 minutes he was in Sacramento.
His one and only interview with the Kings.
Chris Biederman is in the background. Shout out Chris Biederman and the Sacramento Kings.
Because if I remember, like the Fox trade happened on a Sunday, and then the Valanciunas trade was Wednesday. So it was like sometime in between that window of Sunday to Wednesday was CD Sissoko being in Sacramento.
All right, let's hear from Michael Scotto. By the way, at the bottom of the hour, we have more emails. Okay, if you're just now joining the show, a Warriors fan emailed Joe Lacob, and Joe Lacob responded. All right, so we said, hey, send us your emails via text, 916-339-1140, and we will read them out if they are appropriate because, trust me, they'll hear about it. I'm going to tell you like that. They will hear about it. You can believe you me. So keep them coming. I have some emails to read at the bottom of the hour, and they are pretty funny. All right, Kyle, let's hear from Michael Scotto because I'm slowly but surely talking myself into this Trae Young thing, and I don't want to talk myself into this Trae Young thing, but it feels like I'm starting to talk myself into this Trae Young thing. Let's hear from Michael Scotto on Trae Young.
Trae Young in Atlanta. They didn't get an extension done in the offseason. He's been hurt this year. And talking with Hawks officials, they're hoping that he can come back at some point later this month. He needs to assimilate himself with this group and see what they have. Kristaps Porzingis has also been out as well. He's going to be out at least another 2 weeks now. Today that came out. So they're trying to figure out what to do there and if he's ultimately a good fit pairing with Jalen Johnson, their rising forward, who I think could be an all-star this year potentially if they continue to win. They've also had a better defensive rating without Trae. Something to consider for the summer when he has a player option, and now executives are thinking he may have to pick that up.
That was Michael Scotto of Hoops Hype, friend of the show. Can't wait to have him back on. But here's my thing. I don't know if this is just about the relationship and wanting to move forward because, and I don't know why I'm now all of a sudden the leader of the Devin Carter fan club and I'm the leader of the Trae Young fan club, but isn't this being overstated? Isn't Trae Young a perfect fit for what the Hawks are doing? The defense is a little worse. Fine. You got Dyson Daniels, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, plenty of guys to protect him. What is the issue here? Just maybe they don't want to pay him, but what is the issue? Trae Young is exactly what they need. Dyson Daniels is not really a point guard. That's the position he played. What am I missing with the Hawks and Trae Young?
I think that in the long run, they might be moving towards the ball needs to be in Jalen Johnson's hands more, and having Trae Young be the primary facilitator takes the ball out of Jalen Johnson's hands. Okay. Now, I'm going to give you an example that is an exaggeration, but same kind of idea. Imagine if the Boston Celtics were like, sorry, Jason Tatum, you're not going to handle the ball. Peyton Pritchard needs to be our primary ball handler. It's not the same thing, but it's that idea.
I guess I hear you. And you don't want to say, hey, Trae Young, it's not really possible. So you're just saying, based on how they currently play, they're changing to a different style. Because then my question would be, okay, well, do they not need a point guard? Is that so? They want to do and it's funny because the Blazers have 4 point guards. 2 of them don't play, but even with all that, Denny Avdia is the main ball handler. So you're telling me they want to do the Boston, because Luke is weird because he's super big, but he's actually a point guard. You're telling me that they want to do the point forward thing with Jalen Johnson. Is that what you're saying?
It's sort of point forward, but it's again, Jalen Johnson's kind of trajectory, I think, is like Tatum, where then you need a point guard who is not just a primary facilitator, but it can also play some off ball too. This is the Fox situation right now in San Antonio, where he's playing more off ball because when him and Harper play together, they want Harper to be the primary facilitator, and he can play better off ball too than Dylan Harper can, and Castle some of that too. But it's just the idea of like, we don't need Trae Young to be just dishing out assists all the time to have it be the most efficient version of our offense.
Why can't, it's a Halliburton. Why can't Jalen Johnson be Pascal Siakam? Because he's better? Or he's going to be better?
It's starting to look like it. Or at least his skill set is more in tune with being a primary facilitator.
Okay, well then let me ask you this. Since every point guard that the Kings have tried, the last 4 point guards, none of them are the correct point guard for Domantas Sabonis. Is Trae Young the correct point guard or no? Because no. That guy doesn't have the ball enough. No. That guy has the ball too much. Who is out of LaMelo? And I know that your nerd set that you look up the different types of point guards. Between LaMelo, Ja, and Trae, who's the point guard? Because I just think I would just take the flyer on LaMelo. You know how I feel about Ja. He's at the bottom. So I would take LaMelo probably 1 because of age, then Trae, then Ja. But I have a weird feeling you're going to say that Ja makes more sense with Sabonis than the other 2.
Okay, so there's 2 points or 2 caveats. First, Kings aren't in a position to be picky. Like, just get any of the point guards.
No, I think it's not being picky. It's just you do something or do not. I don't think you have to take what you get. I think you take what you want or you just wait.
Sure, but right now they have Russell Westbrook. And Russell Westbrook is not the point guard I would pick to pair with Domantas Sabonis.
Because I don't know. Dennis Schroeder doesn't work. De'Aaron Fox did work, but they were just coworkers. I just don't know what they need.
Okay, so the point guard model that works best is ability to score at all 3 levels point guard, which is not Trae Young. Trae Young is shoot threes.
No. Don't sleep on. Why am I the Trae Young guy? Don't sleep on his floaters.
Look,
his float game. He gets to the lane.
But Trae Young, the ideal point guard for Sabonis, again, this is going to sound silly because it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander would be great to play along with Sabonis. Cade Cunningham would be great to play alongside Sabonis.
What are we doing, Kyle?
But so that's the first caveat. The second one is, how much do you want Sabonis to be handling the ball, right? Because Sabonis
wants to handle the ball.
He wants to, but if you're coach, how much do you want him handling the ball? Because if you want him to be handling, is Draper back?
No, this time it's Brian. Brian just looking in here.
Brian the engineer?
Brian is creeping me out. What is going on this week?
Okay, now Brian the engineer is staring at me. Anyways, my point is, like, if you want Sabonis to be your point center, then you want a point guard that's more capable of playing off ball, which, by the way, is not Ja Morant, but it's also not Trae Young. So I guess LaMelo of the 3 options?
This is not to bash on Sabonis. I'm just asking because I don't know. And maybe that's why we did the conversation we did yesterday that was pretty uncomfortable, because Scott Perry has not been talking about Domantas Sabonis when it comes to the future plans, because it's really hard to figure out, because he's such an acquired taste, if you will. You need a very specific point guard, and the one out there that did work with him, it didn't work out with them because they had different thoughts on the coach. So now we're kind of pigeonholed here with whoever's available. So if you're Scott Perry, you know what? I'm not going to try to fit a square into a circle or anything like that. I'm just going to wait. I
know I used it as an example, but Peyton Pritchard, that's a great point guard for Sabonis.
let's go to the other side. When we get to the other side, we have more Michael Scotto, what the Jazz are doing, and my Eastern Conference Kaminga, Benedict Mathurin. Could the Kings be interested? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Tomorrow night, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner.
Starts at 5:30 with tip-off at 7. Listen to your Sacramento Kings.
On the official home of Kings basketball, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Head over to Roosters on the River. Start your day with brunch and giant mimosas. Try the all-you-can-eat enchiladas for $21.99 with 12 different kinds on the menu. Break the record, and the meals on them. Roosters is the perfect fun day on Garden Highway, overlooking the Sacramento River, with plenty of room for groups or advanced special event parties. It's family-owned with 2 great locations, East Sac and on the river. Come join the fun, watch the games, and show your purple pride. At Roosters, every day is wonderful.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, tell me what's happening for Hoblet's Wrap the Year Up sales event.
Right now, you can save up to $12,500 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesmans with no payments for 90 days. That means you drive home a new Ram today and don't make your first payment until March of next year. Or you can save up to $5,250 off MSRP and get 0% for 72 months, saving you thousands in finance charges.
Okay, everyone keeps saying 0% is impossible to find. I guess they're just not going to Hoblet.
We strive every day to get our customers the best deals on the truck they need. Affordability is key, and right now we have new 2025 Ram 1500 starting as low as $34,995.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$12,500 toll net savings on select new 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman after $7,250 factory rebates and $5,250 dealer discount. Rebates include $4,750 national, 10% below MSRP rebate. $2,000 holiday select inventory. $500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. To this net savings sample VIN 197717. See dealer for details.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. Claim your free panel today. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on YouTube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. We have those Janet Jackson tickets for you in 15 minutes. So if you want those tickets, continue to listen in and we will give you that opportunity. Kyle is picking the number today to give you a chance to get those Janet Jackson tickets. If you're just now joining us, I'm in a great mood. Why? Because it's a holiday party. So after this, I'm going to head on over to the venue, and I'm very excited. I do very well at holiday parties. Okay, I know a lot of people don't like to schmooze and small talk. I love schmoozing and small talk. Now, there's a line, right? I can't small talk forever like I was joking when we were in line to take pictures with Santa, right? Once it gets to 2 hours, I can't small talk that long. But I love getting to talk with people, hear about their stories, specifically the sales team. This is where I do work. So I'm in a very good mood. There's going to be a lot of good food and prizes that I will win something. I'm leaving here with something. I'm going to tell you that. Then I'm going to go play the lottery, win my $1 billion, or like Kyle said, it's actually $500 million, and then buy my houses in Folsom, El Dorado Hills, as well as Santa Cruz, Panama, and Tahoe.
And South Florida.
And Miami. So that's why I'm in a great mood. We're also reading off your emails to Mr. Vivek, okay? And a lot of you have sent in emails that you want sent to him, and we are reading the ones that are appropriate. This one is from Kimberly. Kimberly says, "Dear Vivek, can you come out and let us fans know that you are putting this team fully in the hands of Scott Perry? I want to hear it from your mouth directly." That's incredible. I think that might be number one right now, because I think a lot of fans would like to hear that. It goes to be said, a lot of people are saying, hey, I saw this when Scott Perry came on the show, or not my show, but he has been on my show, when he was on the Drive Guys, and he said, I have full autonomy. He said it before. He said it on the morning show. He said it on my show. When you have to say something over and over again, that maybe makes it less believable, right? And a lot of people are saying, if you have full autonomy, why do you keep having to tell us? But to be fair to Scott Perry, people keep wondering about it, so he keeps defending it. So a lot of people have been wanting to hear from Mr. Vivek, and just whether you believe him or not, to say, hey, I'm chilling, I'm doing my thing. I know there's been a lot of speculation and a lot of articles, but this is Scott Perry's world, and we're just living in it. Kimberly, I think you're spot on. I think a lot of fans would appreciate that. That's a good one for sure. Real quick, Kyle, we were joking about the merch that we are creating that our bosses don't know about, and some of the names that people have said, got to get yes, 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 because that's how I always start the show. And somebody else said, or a lot of people are saying, we need a shirt that says, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
Yeah. What are we doing?
Yes, yes, yes is a good one.
Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. What are we doing? So for the merch that I will be creating at some point, we got to have, what are we doing? That's a good one. And a lot of people have been mentioning that, including my guy Ward on the text line.
What are we doing?
What are we doing? What are we doing? All right.
I will also nominate.
Don't forget my podcast.
What? That's not.
I mean, that's what people tell me every time they see me.
They say, don't forget my podcast?
Yeah, they like the don't forget my podcast.
Okay. We got to work on, we got to double check what exactly, right? You can't have a picture of Scott Perry. It would just be a quote.
No, I mean, if the Kings don't own the rights to the pictures.
Right. So it'd say, the Allen Stiles Show underneath, quotes, and don't forget my podcast.
No, you just have a photo, don't forget my podcast, like license the photo,
Of Scott Perry?
Yeah, anyone can take a photo.
I'm not walking around with a picture of Scott Perry.
Alan, I
like my job.
You can show up to a presser, take a picture of Scott Perry, and that is allowed to be used.
I am not doing that.
I'm saying anyone can. Chris Watkins can. Anyone can take a picture of Scott Perry and use it.
All right, Kyle, do you have this sound on Mike Scotto? I'm trying to, come on now.
Which one? Are we going Marketing or Matherin?
Matherin.
Give me just.
All right, we're going to get this sound on Matherin as Kyle is trying to. Somebody says, Joey Jojo says, is Tapatio Tuesday being considered for a shirt? Joey, outstanding. How could I miss Tapatio Tuesday, Wasabi Wednesday? Joey, that's great stuff, man.
Style
Espresso. Well, I'm trying to do a deal with a local coffee business, if you will. So I'm working on that too. But all right, Kyle. And Yerba Mate, call me. All right, Kyle, these diapers aren't going to pay for himself. Kyle, let's hear. Okay. Kyle. I was just double checking. I thought you were going to do another drop. Kyle, let's hear from Michael Scott. Just play it when you feel fit, Kyle.
This is about Benedict Matherin. Just so people know.
Indiana's trying to figure out what his long-term role would be. Is it a starter? Is it coming off the bench as an elite sixth man? Coach Rick Carlisle always refers to him as Beast. every time, he sees him in the locker room and stuff. And when I was there traveling with the team and on the bus for that story I did on the coaches last year with that staff. But for Benedict Mathurin also, this is a guy that's played on a high level in the finals. And he performed well towards the end when Tyrese Halliburton went down. But the valuation of Benedict Mathurin is going to be interesting because coming up on restricted free agency, as you know, you either have to get an offer sheet or sign and trade interest to kind of drive up the market. As far as like what Indiana is going to value him at, it's still too early to tell. It's only a quarter of the way through the season, but definitely a conversation we're going to circle back on, I'm sure, on this spot and in general around the league once we get past the trade deadline and looking ahead.
That was Michael Scotto, and I guess, he's essentially saying it's still early. And the reason we bring up Benedict Mathurin is because he is a guy in a similar position to where Jonathan Kuminga was. He's going to be a restricted free agent. They've kind of played with his playing time a little bit. He's not a starter, and they're trying to figure out his role. Could he be somebody that the Kings are interested in? Obviously, the Kings would have to move some money around. I don't know. To me, once you don't sign that extension and the Pacers are essentially making you prove it, it feels like they're probably going to move forward, right? In my opinion, it feels like the Pacers have bigger fish to fry, and they're going to be looking to obviously, and here's the other thing, Kyle, they're stinking so bad right now, they're going to get another top pick. So depending on who they take, and we got to run the tankathon, by the way. Depending on who they take, that's another. Benedict Mathurin is 23, 181 days. So
younger than Nick Clifford.
He is younger than Nick Clifford. So you have somebody, he's averaging 20 points a game this season, 5 points. He's literally Eastern Conference Jonathan Kuminga, but he gets to play more.
Well, he's Eastern Conference Trey Murphy in the sense of he's just chucking.
And he's just chucking. He's playing 32 minutes a game, which Jonathan Kuminga would really like to be able to do that. Kyle, he's shooting 40. I need this man.
Would you
6.3 threes a game, 6.3 attempts. You know what he's shooting it at? 41%.
Would you
41%.
Would you give up a future pick
to
get him? Okay, so you need him, but not.
Come on now, not giving up a pick.
Not if you have to give up a future pick to do it. Okay, so it's the Malik Monk, Keon Ellis combo that we talked about earlier this week, where
and the Pacers have shown interest in Keon Ellis. So that's why you're going there, Kyle, if anybody was curious.
Something like that to sway him. Or it's just like Keon Ellis and a future pick or something.
I mean, to be honest, though, that's not a bad deal because Benedict Mathurin and Malik feel somewhat similar. So you'd be moving on from Benedict Mathurin. You get your defense in Keon that you're missing, and then you get you keep your microwave scoring in Malik. And again, to me, Malik is going to be a very tradable contract the deeper this goes. So they can decide, hey, we like what Malik brings off the bench, or somebody will say, hey, he's only got a year left or 2 years left. We'll take him. We need a microwave scorer. So I don't know, and that's what Michael Scotto's saying. He's not sure about the value of Benedict Mathurin. If you asked a Pacers fan, maybe they would say that's not enough, but I don't know, man. A lot of people do like Keon. You could probably make this work.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember like who's left on the Pacers starting next year, because I was going to say like, well, does that create a logjam for them? But just looking it up, you've still got Nembhard, Nesmith.
Shepherd.
Yep, Shepherd. Ben Shepherd's still there. Johnny Furphy, I don't think they're worried about him and his playing time.
They like Furphy.
But TJ McConnell's still going to be, so they would have Halliburton, Nembhard, and TJ McConnell. Huh?
That's a lot of guards.
Yeah, they would have Halliburton, TJ McConnell, Nembhard, Nesmith. In this scenario, Malik Monk and Keon.
Yeah, that's a lot of guards. That's too many.
A lot of guards.
Just give us McConnell.
So sorry. Now the trade has gone from Malik and Keon to also we get TJ McConnell and Benedict Mathurin.
I need McConnell dribbling under the Golden One Arena's baskets.
And then back around, and then dribble back under,
back around. That's what I need in my life. I mean, to be fair, all jokes aside, he is not really playing. I don't know what they're doing with TJ McConnell.
Yeah, no, again, he's got $11 million coming up. It's not ideal, but
he's playing like 15 minutes a game, and that whole team is injured.
Oh, that's a nice contract. $10 million, $11 million, 11.8, club option for 11.8 in 2029. That's a good deal. I don't think the Pacers want to move off of that quite yet.
Yeah, it basically turns into we can play you if we want. We'll call you when we need you. That's the type of money he's making.
See, I guess that's why I'm a little confused why they're interested in Keon, because okay, so let's say Monk is Mathurin. Mm-hmm. Is Keon just added in to replace whatever you were getting before? I don't know exactly what their end game is when they still don't have a starting center.
I didn't understand it when it first came out, but it hasn't really gone away. So apparently, there's just a level of defense and a little level of grit that they feel like Keon can bring. But at this point in time, I mean, we kind of got to talk about the fact that Keon is not hiding anymore, okay? And some of his inconsistencies and some of the holes in his game are starting to show up, and you could argue at the worst time. Let's talk about it on the other side as we hit the 1 o'clock hour. And Janet Jackson tickets, Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Tomorrow night, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner.
Starts at 5:30 with tip-off at 7. Listen to your Sacramento Kings.
On the official home of Kings basketball, Sactown Sports 1140.
This Sactown Sports 49ers report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. San Francisco improves to 10-4 with a victory over Tennessee, 37-24. Brock Purdy throws for 295 yards and 3 touchdowns, and Jawan Jennings catches 2 of those touchdown passes. Niners remain 1 game behind Seattle and LA in the division standings. Next up for the 49ers, they take on Indianapolis Monday night. You can catch the game beginning at 4 p.m. right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Ready, set, win big. When the 49ers win, you score with 49% off any large pizza only at Mountain Mike's Pizza. Celebrate every game day with your favorites from our legendary crispy, curly pepperoni, bold sauced up wings, garlic butter drenched sides, and gooey sweet desserts, all hot, fresh, and built for a Niners victory. Download the Mountain Mike's app, join Mountain Rewards, and turn every Niners win into a pizza party. Let's go Niners! Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be. Sacramento, the wait is over. The all-new Hard Rock Sports Bar is here at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Sacramento at Fire Mountain. Enjoy the ultimate 24/7 sports watching destination with 20 big screens with all the action for the premier game day experience. There's no other place you'd want to be to watch all the games with you and your friends. Now open at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Sacramento at Fire Mountain. For more details, visit casino.hardrock.com/Sacramento.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. The winter months bring joy, but also with more rain and snow, unfortunately, more accidents. Over the last quarter century, thousands of Northern California residents have looked to Ashton & Price to be their Rudolph with a law license to guide them through the storm of an injury claim. As always, we wish you and your family the safest and happiest of holidays. But if you need us, at Ashton & Price, we're here for you. So whether you've been naughty or nice, happiest holidays from Ashton & Price.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today. Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments. Some restrictions apply.
Hey everyone, it's Kyle Draper here. If you're in the market for a new car, let me tell you about my experience with Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the moment I walked into their state-of-the-art showroom, I knew I was making the right choice. There was no pressure from the sales staff, and if I'm being honest, I felt like a kid in a candy store. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV, and let me tell you why. First of all, the comfort. After a long day at work, I actually look forward to being in my car. It has several different massage settings, including my favorite, hot relaxing back. Plus, the seat heating and cooling features are perfect for the hot summer or those chilly mornings. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5, or you can shop online anytime at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com, and tell them Drape sent you.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports, 1140.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sactown Sports.
Hey. Hey. You know, I meant to bring up our... Man, y'all are calling in already. I told you. We have to read it off, and Kyle has to say the number. You can't be the number if you've already called.
Jumping the gun early, I see.
Yeah. I meant to bring up the Miley Cyrus conversation in Crosstalk, Kyle. I'll do it. Remind me to do it with Dave tomorrow.
Oh, I thought we did, but you're talking about specifically with Dave.
With Dave and Jason. And if you're wondering what that was, we were talking about the Jacksons yesterday. Obviously, the Jackson 5, Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson. Are they the most musically talented family ever? And I think the answer was yes. But Kyle wanted to throw Miley Cyrus and Billy Ray Cyrus and Noah Cyrus into the hat and put them in the same area. And I said, Kyle, respect to them, they don't need to be in the same area. So I want to, but they could be number two if you want them to be your number two. I just think you could have somebody as number two, but also not be in the same area. And yeah, Whitey and Kayla Anderson got involved, and it was a whole thing. So I want to ask Carmichael Dave about it in Crosstalk, but whenever I get on Crosstalk, Dave is talking about, bacon cookies and apple turnovers and tuna and just a bunch of random stuff.
Or just yelling at you for being late.
Yeah, even though he doesn't even let me talk.
By the way, I thought about it a little bit more. Like, yes, they're probably not number one, but bonus points for multiple genres, right? Billy Ray Cyrus, icon in country.
Enough, Kyle.
I'm just saying. Billy Ray Cyrus, iconic country singer. Miley Cyrus, pop star of a generation. I'm just saying.
Right. The Osmonds, yes, Vincent. We talked about the Osmonds yesterday as well. All right, let's do it. Win a pair of tickets to see Janet Jackson at the venue at Thunder Valley on Saturday, December 27th. Kyle, we're looking for caller number
6.
Caller number 666 at 916-339.
Well, no, not that caller. Got to be careful with how many times you say 6.
6. All right. We're looking for caller number 6 at 916-339-1140 to win a pair of tickets to see the legendary musician Janet Jackson performing at the venue at Thunder Valley on Saturday, December 27th. That's caller number 6, caller number 6, caller number 6. So the main thing here, and we always joke when Kyle takes a call, he has to have a full-on conversation with this person, and he talks to them for about 10 minutes. So while I have your attention, we are going to read through a couple more of these emails that we have at 530, Joe from the 530. These are emails to Mr. Vivek, to the owner, just like the Warriors fan sent an email to Joe Lacob, and Joe Lacob actually responded. And yes, it was confirmed by the PR team that it was actually Joe Lacob. So the 530, Joe from the 530 says, Dear Vivek, the winning culture and stability of the franchise starts with you. So that's not a question from Joe from the 530. He's just saying, hey, this is what it is, so just know that. So thank you for that one, Joe from the 530. We can get some more. Kimberly currently has the best one because Kimberly says, hey, we'd like you to come out, Mr. Vivek, and say that Scott Perry has full autonomy. Will you do it? So that was Kimberly's Kimberly's email to Mr. Vivek, and I think that's the best one so far. So keep them coming throughout the next hour as we get you ready for the drive, guys. Looks like Kyle has a winner. So if you are still hanging on the phone lines, Kyle does have a winner. You'll get another chance. You have 2 more chances tomorrow and Friday to win tickets to see Janet Jackson, Miss Jackson If You're Nasty, who is doing her thing, man. Doing her thing. Celebrity birthdays, to keep doing. Let's see how old. Janet Jackson, 59. 59 years old, turned 59 in May. So shout out Janet Jackson doing her thing, continuing to do her thing. And you'll have a chance to see her do her thing at Thunder Valley, Saturday, December 27th. You'll have 2 more chances, okay? 2 more chances throughout the rest of the week. So before we hit the break, we were talking about Keon Ellis. And in that write-up from Bobby Marks was breaking down all the different teams and their cap situations, their most valuable assets, and their big expiring contracts. So he brings up Keon Ellis, and he basically mentions that Keon Ellis has been pretty inconsistent this season. Now, his minutes have also been inconsistent, but I got to be fair to everybody else, or fair to Keon as we are to everybody else. He hasn't been great in those spots, all right? So that's the truth. That is the honest truth of the matter right now. So we'll see how things turn around. 24 games Keon has played in. He's averaging 5 point, and it was kind of a breakout season for Keon last season, but 5.3 points per game, 1.3 rebounds per game, 0.7 assists. He's just not a playmaker, at all. 40% from the field, 37% from 3, 52% from the free throw line. 52% from the free throw line. I mean, I know he doesn't take a lot of free throws, but 52% from the free throw line. Keon Ellis is 10 for 19 from the free throw line. 10 for 19 from the free throw line. That is something. I did not know it was that bad. And obviously, 19 is not a lot, but you're a guard. You can't shoot 52% from the free throw line. I don't care if you only got out there 10 times. You cannot shoot 52% from the free throw line. Keon is still managing to hold it down at 37% from the three-point line. So he's at 3.4 threes attempted per game. And that's actually higher than I thought it would be at. He's at 37%, which is good. Last season, though, was just absolutely insane. He was taking 4 threes a game, playing 24 minutes a game, and he shot it at 43%. Okay, 43%. For his career, he's at 42%. So that's really good. Okay, that's really good. But the I guess vibe of him, and I know he's getting covered a little bit just from the muck of all of this, the Sacramento Kings stuff in general. So he's getting covered a little bit, but there does get to a point where if you're Scott Perry and, there's this whole conversation about playing time and he's not getting in there, if he's not improving on his value, it could be going the other way. So it's different, the Cam Johnson, when he was cooking. And by the way, the Nets have been outstanding at this plan that they've had. It's their last chance if you will. So Cam Johnson, they got a first rounder for Cam Johnson. Now, and they kind of planned this perfectly. They said, sure, we'll overpay for Michael Porter Jr. and his podcast. We don't care. And you know what? Michael Porter Jr. is one of the hottest names on the trade market right now, even at his $38 million, because he's been chucking and balling out.
Yeah, this is what Dave had been talking about when, again, I think he was being a little facetious, but he said if someone were willing to make a trade where they would take DeRozan, LaVine, and Sabonis for all expiring contracts and nothing else, he would take it because using cap space as an asset can be useful. Look at what Brooklyn did. The only team with cap space, they got a pick attached, and they used it last year as one of their 5 firsts. They got a first-round pick just to take Trey Mann's contract. They got a first-round pick to take on Michael Porter Jr.'s contract. They got a couple seconds to take Haywood Highsmith from the Miami Heat. They got all these picks just for cap space, and now they're going to flip Michael Porter Jr. potentially for more picks, and whatever salary they're going to get back for Porter Jr., they could maybe then use to get more picks potentially down the line if they let whoever the new Michael Porter Jr. is come in and chuck.
Yeah, and I know nobody wants to do a deal with the Bulls, but that would be an argument for the trade that you had cooked up with the Bulls. You'd have Kobe White expiring, and you'd have Vucevic expiring, so you'd have a decent amount of cash. And that's honestly another reason on the flip side of that, where, again, going to Zach LaVine, Bobby Marks referred to Zach LaVine as an expiring contract. Technically, he's not an expiring contract yet, but Bobby Marks is more so talking in the future. That's a situation where if you're the Kings, maybe this price tag does get higher. And if it doesn't get higher, you could still say, well, we are going to hold on to Zach LaVine because of everything that you just so eloquently laid out, Kyle, because then once that $48 million is off the books, the Kings can go in whatever direction they want and give somebody an opportunity to build up their value and just kind of go from there if a team does become interested. So we've seen that work with the Nets multiple times. Cam Johnson, we saw it work with Mikal Bridges, right? They're just pros. The Nets are pros at doing this. We will find that one player, let them cook. And then it actually worked with Dennis Schroeder. He didn't cook on the Warriors, but the Nets don't care about that.
They got 2 seconds.
And then they got the Anthony Melton, who they were able to, he didn't play, but that was another asset that they had. So we've seen it work before. That's not the situation with Keon. He's just not playing. And when he is playing, Kyle, this is the thing that nobody wants to say because we all feel for him, and it's kind of a chicken or the egg. I look at my guy Luis Matos on the Giants, who they got to make some decisions there. Giants did go get a starter, by the way, Adrian Hauser. He was on 2 teams. The Rays went and got him from the White Sox. He's fine. They're looking at him as a 4th, 5th starter. But you look at Luis Matos, and he had the platoon with Mike Yastrzemski, who Mike Yastrzemski just got paid, by the way. He got a multi-year deal, so good for Yaz. They were platooning, and Luis Matos, he wasn't really able to find his footing. So do you give somebody how much runway do you give somebody? It's kind of a chicken or the egg, right? When you're trying to work your way into a starting lineup, like when I was working my way into a starting lineup, you'd get pinch hits. Maybe you're just not a good hitter when it's cold in the 8th inning and you've been sitting on the bench all day, but you got to find a way to get a hit because once you do that, guess what? You're starting the next game. Keon actually was in a position where he was better at that at the beginning of his career. That's how he came in. No expectations. De'Aaron Fox was hurt. It was in Houston. Last season, he gets consistent playing time, 80 games, and he Wally Pips Davion Mitchell, who's now balling out in Miami. But now Keon has dropped back to this kind of platooning, if you will, like a Luis Matos, and he has not been good. Kyle, I don't know how he's shooting 37% from 3. It does not feel like he's shooting 37% from 3.
Well, how many total shots has he taken from 3? It doesn't feel like it can be that many because, the last few games when he's been out there, he's just been essentially doing the Tony Snell.
Well, and to be fair, it also depends on when he's taking those threes, how much are in garbage time. Like when he came in pretty early against the Nuggets, he ended up, I think, hitting 1 or 2, but he hit them when the game was already over.
Yeah, I guess the hard part about it is 20% of all Kings time is garbage time this year. So it's not like garbage time is this small amount. It's like garbage time is a large percentage of Kings minutes this year.
You want to take a guess on how many threes Keon has taken? It's not a small amount.
Yeah, I didn't think it was because the Kings have played 26 games.
I'm just saying it's a legit 37%.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm trying to think. So they've played 26 games. Keon's probably played in 21 or 22. If he's taking 3 a game, I'll say 60.
You're not way off. He's taking 81.
Okay.
He's 30 for 81. So he's at 37%. It doesn't feel like it. And maybe to me, it's because he ain't playing at the beginning of the games. Maybe I just haven't seen it because I'm not watching when the Kings are down 45 and he's making them in garbage time. And when he does get opportunities early in the game, if we were to do that split that you did before, Kyle, how somebody shoots in the first half and the second half, I would assume, and I'm not trying to be a hater here, but I would assume that Keon's percentage in the second half is, number one, he's playing more and playing more consistently. I would assume that Keon's percentage in the second half is much higher than in the first half.
I think also probably part of the reason, and I haven't looked at the game logs, I could just do a blind test. I'm just assuming that if I were to look at his game log list, there's probably going to be 3-point numbers that are like 0, 0, 2, 4, 11, 4, 11, 2, 2, 7. Like there's just games where he just takes a bunch of threes because that was the flow of the offense type of situation. But that's probably why the number seems higher, because the average averages out to like 3 or 4 a game, but there's some he's taken 0 and some he's taken 7.
Yeah, and just to, the different game logs, Kyle, we got the last 5 games just right here, and in those last 5 games, it's been weird, but you got 7 against the Denver Nuggets, and again, he was 1 for 7 in that game. The Pacers, he was 1 for 3. The Heat, he was 1 for 2. Houston, he was 0 for 4, and then against Memphis, he played 6 minutes and he didn't take one. So I guess it's more consistent than maybe you would think, but yeah, it's just it is kind of high volume in the later parts of the game. So I don't know what the Kings are looking to do. I know there's still hope. A lot of people have hope for the idea of saving Keon and saving that relationship. I'm going to be honest with you. I like Keon, the Ellis Island nickname. I was the first one who came up with that. I think it's a great story, and I know we love great stories, but you have to listen. And if some of these sweetener deals, if there is a guy, like you asked me, who did you just ask me, Kyle, who would I rather have yesterday, Peyton Watson or Keon Ellis? It's Peyton Watson, and I really don't know. Like I said, I'm not trying to hate, but I don't know how close it is, just based on where the game is going. And I don't know how much longer the game is specifically going to be like this, but I don't see it getting to a point where 6'8" guys that shoot the 3 ball and defend are going to go out of style. And to me, I think the kicker is just a lack of playmaking. I mean, it's a lack of playmaking. When you talk about, it's basically Lou Dort, right? Because I think Caruso can do a smidge of that. He just doesn't have to anymore. But he's basically a smaller Lou Dort. That's what he is.
Yeah, but everyone's kind of a variation of Dort and Caruso, which again, I think is part of fit and situation matters so much, right? Like Lou Dort was just like Keon. He was a two-way player, back of the bench guy, then got a full NBA contract, then a rotation guy, played on some bad teams. Like Lou Dort is kind of a similar story, but a lot of it is development and fit in situation. And I've said this before with Keon, like it felt like at some point Keon's development just stopped because they stopped prioritizing his development. Like just because he became a rotation player didn't mean that's where the development had to stop. It was like he took over for Malik, and then they stopped worrying about his development. And maybe part of that is bringing in DeMar DeRozan, but it's felt like he got to a certain point, and then just they stopped worrying about him developing. Like, this is all we need you to be.
Yeah.
And he just never developed any further.
Lou Dort, and this is why OKC fans want Keon Ellis over Lou Dort right now. He's shooting 31% from 3, 31.5. He's at 35.8 for his career. But and I know we joke about Keon being listed at 6'6" on Basketball Reference. Lou Dort is 6'4" on Basketball Reference. But that man thick, right? That man can guard, I mean, easily 1 through 3. You could get him on some 4s too. Keon is not guarding some 2s. But he's not guarding 3s and 4s. I can tell you that much. So I don't know what the Kings do with him. I feel like playing him like this, where it's clearly not conducive to his development and he's not playing well. I feel like the long-winded version, and I guess the shorter version that I'm coming to tie a bow on this thing, is they have picked the worst option when it comes to how to handle Keon on the court. Playing him in spurts and him not playing well is the worst thing you can do right now.
Before we close out this segment, Alan, do you want the splits for Keon?
Please. I when I do stuff like this, I really hope that I'm right. So I could be wrong, and it could be very embarrassing. But yes, give me the 3-point splits, Keon's percentage in the first half and in the second half.
All right. Well, first, before we do it, give the people again your hypothesis. What do you believe is the case?
Keon Ellis is shooting 37% from three, which is above average. Okay, he shot it at 43% last season, which was incredible. He's at 40-something for his career. It doesn't feel like that when I watch. Okay, my hypothesis is that Keon Ellis is not shooting it very well in the first half when the game is still in the balance, and in the second half in garbage time, that's where he's making up for it. That's my hypothesis.
All right,
and he's playing more consistently in the second half anyway.
In the first halves of games, by the way, Keon Ellis is playing 8.6 minutes per game in first halves.
That's so bad.
9.8, so basically 10 minutes per game in second halves. So it's not as much as some people might think.
He's just not playing a lot, period.
Yeah, he's not playing a ton, but he's playing slightly more in second halves than first halves, which, duh.
Yeah.
Because they're getting blown out in second halves. They're putting the deep bench guys in.
All right, just say it.
First halves, 37.8% on threes on 1.7 attempts. Second half, 36.4% from three on 2 attempts.
Really?
So he's basically the same.
Yeah, he's pretty much the same.
Although this is an interesting one, though. On just shooting from the field, 43.8% in the first half, 2.2 attempts. Second half's 37% from the field on 2.8 attempts. So his just percentage from the field is dropping dramatically. His 2-point shooting falls dramatically in second halves, I think in part because he's just taking more shots.
Yeah.
Even though it's not a lot, but it's what we got to work with.
Okay, so my theory was incorrect, but not horribly incorrect.
He's the same.
Yeah.
His shooting percentage from three does not change dramatically based on which half he's playing in.
Yeah. So it just doesn't seem, and we talked about Doug Christie and how they're moving forward and they're starting to basically be honest with themselves a little bit. I'm just not sure what that looks like for Zach LaVine. And by the way, Zach LaVine will be reevaluated in a week for his ankle. And we're going to hear something on Domantas Sabonis soon here, but he's different because you need that size. But as far as the logjam is concerned, I'm not sure what the best way is to go about it when it comes to making sure these young guys play more. Whether it's Keon, whether you want to move on from Keon or not, Nick Clifford can't be racking up 13 minutes a game, man. And we can't do this thing where we just sit and wait. I think that's what these last 48 hours have taught me, because teams that traded within these 48 hours would be able to aggregate that player in another trade. Clearly, teams did not care about that because nobody got moved, right? There was no Shams bomb. There was nothing. Nobody got moved. So with that being said, that made it clearer to me that this thing could take time, okay? And you just never know what's going to happen. So you can't just sit there and say, we'll handle it when we move these guys, because you don't know when you're going to move these guys. So there has to be some way, a better way, where Doug can find minutes for these guys instead of just saying, we're going to keep running out the same dudes and getting blown out. And their current system is basically, yeah, we'll let you play in the second half once the game is out of control. Sometimes the Kings make it to the fourth quarter, right? To middle of the fourth quarter. There's no big, and by the way, that's not what you want. You don't want Nick Clifford just playing against a bunch of dudes that were just in college last season like him. So they got to figure out a way, whether it's Keon, Nick, a lot of these young guys, they got to find a way to get these guys in the game when it still matters. They have to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they don't have to. I'm just stuck on... I'm just going to throw out an example here. Let's say that they decide to keep Keon past the deadline and extend him. Let's say they make the requisite moves to do that. Then what does that say about Nick Clifford? What does that say about what position Keegan is going to play? Like, Keon is such an inflection point of everything that they want to do here. And we talked about this when you were out, and it was Chris and Kayla, and it's been a profound point, is like, Keon just kind of represents a direction that you're going in. if he's going to stay on the team, are we trying to compete? Are we worried about development? If he's going to go, are we getting draft picks in return? Are we getting a young player in return? Like, he is such an inflection point of like, what direction is this thing planning to go in? Which now that they're 6-20, it seems more clear what direction they probably should go in.
You've heard of 3 true outcomes in baseball. We are in a similar spot in basketball. Could this 5 out, everyone shoot 3 type basketball, this isn't how it was back in my day, could we see it change? And at what point? We hear from Ball Don't Lie as they say that this style of basketball isn't very fun to watch. We also have notes on Kyle Shanahan, who clearly deserves the Coach of the Year, in my opinion. And last but not least, we're going to have some fun. I told y'all I'm in a good mood. Annoying names to spell. I have one of them. I have a list here of first conference all-team annoying names to spell, and I was inspired by this by one Phillip Rivers. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Tomorrow night, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner.
Starts at 5:30 with tip-off at 7. Listen to your Sacramento Kings
On the official home of Kings basketball, Sactown Sports 1140.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at PowerCopiers.com.
'Twas the night before Fasteners Inc.'s 12 Days of Christmas sale, and all through the store, not a DeWalt tool was marked with a deal you could ignore. The bare tools and toolkits were stacked with great care in hopes that our DeWalt markdowns would stop shoppers mid-stare. So dash in today. Don't wait, don't delay. Fasteners Inc.'s 12 Days of Christmas sale, live now through Christmas Eve Day. Stop by 6701 Power Inn Road for massive savings on DeWalt products now through the 24th. Fasteners Inc. Better tools, better prices.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. You know, one of the perks about having 4 kids that you know about is actually getting a direct line to the big man up north. And this year, he wants you to know the best gift that you can give someone is the gift of Mint Mobile's unlimited wireless for $15 a month. Now, you don't even need to wrap it.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Now is the time before winter is full on in your kitchen to make sure your heat or your furnace is ready. How do you do that? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating will get the job done for you like they did for me last winter when our system crashed and burned in the dead of winter. Check them out, leesair.com. Right now, get $100 off any AC heating or plumbing repair. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating does it all, and they've been doing it at a high level for 40 years. See how they can help you stay warm and cozy all winter at leesair.com. That's Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, license number 635355.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
The clock is ticking. This holiday season, give the gift they'll really love. A new Honda from Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Happy Honda days are happening right now. Score big with low payments, top trade-in value, and a huge selection of new Hondas, all at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
Guys, if you're worn down, putting on weight, dealing with low T symptoms, or ED, something's off. Ignoring symptoms doesn't fix the real issue. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is offering free full diagnostic panels of $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. The key areas that reveal what's driving low T, ED, and more. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. This gives you a clear answer on what's off and the steps to improve it. Over 120,000 patients have trusted Revive since 2011 because the results are real. Claim your free full diagnostic panel today. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sactown Sports.
30 more minutes with you. I can't even lie. Look, Draper jumped in or barged in earlier, and I know Draper would always joke, and Whitey will be able to nail it better than I, but Draper would basically say, not that he's mailing it in, but he would say, oh, Whitey, I'm already on vacation time or whatever it is. I guess I'm on holiday party time.
Mentally, you're already there.
Mentally, I am having hors d'oeuvres, and I am waiting for my raffle. And can I just say, I guess it's a little bit different going as a media member, but if I won Kings tickets, I would be happy because, we would just go as fans. But that's the one give me the flat screen,
Wait, how do you know about these prizes?
I don't know that there's a flat screen, but there's always a flat screen.
You know there's Kings tickets?
These are the things I don't want when it comes to the raffle. There are always Kings tickets at our parties.
You don't even know what the raffle is.
I don't want Kings tickets, respectfully, because there are other ways for me to be able to get those Kings tickets. I don't want Kings tickets, and I respectfully don't need another Bluetooth speaker. It's enough with the Bluetooth speakers.
I forgot when they gave us Bluetooth speakers a couple of years ago.
I'm just saying, I have enough Bluetooth speakers now. I don't need any more.
Did you keep the one from 2 years ago?
It's there somewhere. And then my wife said, we got to clean out. Our garage has too many Bluetooth speakers.
It's just only Bluetooth speakers.
And somebody, I think it was a friend of a friend, your sibling is dating somebody, and I don't know, what does Allen like? I don't know. He likes sports and music. You know what they got me? Bluetooth speaker.
You're going to get to the point where it's like your daughter's going to be asking for new toys. You're going to be like, here, just play with this Bluetooth speaker.
Here, just play with it. You can, can connect stuff.
Just throw it around.
Yeah, you can connect stuff. All
just
right?
play with this Bluetooth speaker. We've got 4. You want to do bowling? Just line up Bluetooth speakers and we'll bowl in the garage.
We got enough. Man, look, I'm joking. Any gift that I win is very much appreciated.
Well, now I want you to win a Bluetooth speaker.
I will check back in.
Now that you've said it, you have to win a Bluetooth speaker.
We were joking about well, I'm not joking. We're going to make this merch in 2026. And what we would put on the merch, okay, somebody says, I would totally rock a T-shirt with Allen and a sombrero saying, Senor Segway strikes again. I like that, 209. We have the 916. This was not a typical one, just saying, that man thick, Allen Stiles. Look, I was talking about Lou Dort. Okay, that ain't going on a shirt.
I gotta find that now so we can cut it.
That's not going on a shirt. A lot of people say, 209 says, what you got for us? Because I always say that when a caller calls in. Yeah, what you got for us? That's going on a T-shirt as well. Thank you, 209. We got a lot of ideas. Senor Segway, what are we doing? We got a lot of ideas, okay? So we are going to have some fun with that. Real quick, this Kyle Shanahan thing, I'm looking here, and Kyle Shanahan has the fourth best odds to win Coach of the Year. Mike Vrabel is the favorite by far. Liam Cohen, Duval. Second best odds. Mike McDonald in Seattle with Darnold. Third best odds. Are you kidding me? I get it if you want to give it to somebody else, but how is Kyle Shanahan fourth? That's what I don't understand. I'm taking, I guess.
I mean,
Liam, he just said Duval.
What do you mean? They're 10-4, just like Shanahan. And they were an absolute tire fire. Remember that? They had Balky, and they wouldn't fire Balky, and then they fired Balky.
Well, somebody's got to go because Shanahan at least deserves to be in the top 3.
Okay, of that group, I'd say McDonald probably is a little high, but Vrabel and Cohen, I mean, Vrabel is a great shout. Vrabel probably should win it.
I like Kyle Shanahan, and I'm a Raider fan. So, what he's been doing, they just take care of business. And I know they've been beating bad teams lately, but you can only beat who's in front of you. Also, the Seahawks are frauds. So the way I'm looking at it, Mike McDonald, really, they're fraudulent.
Maybe the Jaguars are frauds too, but I don't know what to do with it.
We got to check in. I know Puka, well, the Jaguars are frauds, but it's different. Puka, we got to check in on him because he went down. Devontae Adams, we're talking about Thursday Night Football tomorrow and the Seahawks being fraudulent. The Seahawks might get to face the Rams with no Puka or Devontae. Again, fraudulent. And they almost lost to Dad Bod Phillip Rivers.
By the way, I saw Puka Nacua is streaming now.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
It's
something.
People are turning on Puka Nacua, I'll say that.
They are. So I got Shanahan. If you need some reminders, they're still in a position where they could get the 1 seed over the fraudulent Seahawks. Kittle missed time. Brock had a toe. Fred Warner out for the season. Nick Bosa out for the season. And they're just rolling on. Mac Jones, they turned Mac Jones into Mac Jones. They might get a second rounder for Mac Jones. Maybe better. Kyle Shanahan has to have better odds than fraudulent Mike McDonald and Duval. Come on now.
So you're not arguing Vrabel.
Duval is in the AFC South.
Shanahan had the easiest schedule in 15 years in the NFL.
That's fair. But Duval is in a bad division.
I'm not even advocating the merits of Duval in terms of they're actually good. Liam Cohen winning it would be the thing that I hate about the NFL Coach of the Year award, which is you give it to Dayball or you give it to Stefanski. One of these, their team just had a great season, so we don't think any player was great, so we just give it to the coach. Vrabel, if they get the 1 or 2 seed in the AFC from where they were, Vrabel deserves all the props. Shanahan,
but they never. That situation, they fired their head coach after 1 year. He kind of got to skip over the bad year. He's got to skip over the caterpillar a little bit.
I mean, at the start of the year, they lost to the Raiders.
And the Raiders should have lost that game. I don't know what they were doing.
Yeah, week 1, they lost to the Raiders. They've won, 11 of 13 since?
I'm not arguing. It's a good comparison, okay? You can give it to him. I think Kyle Shanahan should be right there. It's a good shout on the scheduling, but not Duval and fraudulent Seahawks. We're not doing that.
I'm less upset about Seahawks than Duval. Duval, I understand that situation was awful last year. I mean, no one wanted the job. Saleh was going for the job, but no one wanted the job because no one wanted to work with Balky. So then they had to fire Balky to convince Cohen to take the job. And they look great. They're going to win the AFC South. I understand. It's been great for the Jaguars.
Okay, I have to hop in here because we have 2 outstanding shirt ideas from the same person, 209. A shirt that says, "My bookie is Schmalin Miles." That's outstanding.
That's good.
And then the obvious one, and this is also from the 209, they say, "I would actually buy a Secure the Bag, Light the Beam shirt." Why didn't we say that earlier?
You can't use Light the Beam, Allen. That's trademarked. That's trademarked by the Kings.
Light the beam?
Light the beam.
Can we do a N and just a little hook at the bottom?
I don't think you want to say light the bean on a t-shirt.
Man, well, can I say it on air? Can I even say light the beam?
Yes, you just can't use it to merchandise it without permission of the Kings.
Do we just need to put Ann Fong on the bottom, then we can do it?
No, you need express written permission by the Kings.
Well, we know some people in that building.
Yeah, go for it, Alan. See if the Kings will let you do Light the Beam merch.
Okay. Well, look, there's another mini segment that we wanted to do here, and this is super random, but I was inspired by this by Phillip Rivers, okay? Because we were going to talk Phillip Rivers, and then I noticed that Phillip Rivers spells his name with 1 L. So it got me on this tangent of annoying names to spell. Now, before you get mad at me, I can have this conversation because I myself have an annoying name to spell. Allen. Some people spell it Allan. Some people spell it Allan. I've seen Allyn. I've seen a bunch of different versions. So I can say this because I have an annoying name. Here is my list, Kyle, of annoying names to spell, all right? Apparently Philip, which I didn't know we were doing Philip with one L. Isaiah, oh my goodness. There's an I, there's an A, there's an H. There's 8,000 different ways. Allen, like I said. Megan, there's an H, there's an A.
Sounds like
there's
the
another
H's
one.
are just the problem.
There's another G, there's no G, there's 2 Gs. Steven/Stefan, PH, there's a V. How do you pronounce it? I don't know. Depends on who you ask.
Also, in different languages, it's just with a P, so Stephen.
What are you doing with that? What is that?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's just different ways to spell things.
Next on the list, I have Caitlin. There's a Y. There's a K. There's a C. There's an E.
That's a great one.
Caitlin is spelled 8,000 ways.
Caitlin is a great shout because I know 4 Caitlins. They're all spelled differently.
I have my honorable mention. Sorry, Mr. Nunez. Brandon.
But also
2 different names.
But also Brennan is with no D.
With no D.
But Brendan is with a D.
Brandon. There's an O, there's an A, there's pronunciation. Next, Kyle, honorable mention, John. This is a simple one, H, no H. And last but not least on my honorable mention, Brendan actually deserves to be in the first team. That's not honorable mention. I'm bumping that up. And my last honorable mention is Sarah.
Well, just
H, no H.
It sounds like you just hate the H's. Like all of these are just, do you include an H or not an H, except for Philip.
Spencer on the chat says Isaiah and Isaiah Thomas. Yeah, there's 8,000 ways to spell Isaiah.
Kind of think there's only 2.
There's definitely more than 2.
It's just with the extra A or not.
Oh, Peg is chiming in saying Mark. There's a K. There's a C. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So those are my annoying names. And like I said, I am also an annoying name. So, I can say it, and I understand when you go to spell my name, it can be very annoying.
Kayla just said Eric. That's a good one.
Eric?
Eric with a C, Eric with a K, Eric like Eric Armstead, Eric with a Y.
Yeah, you're right. There's an A-R, isn't there an A-R-I-K?
That's Eric Armstead.
Yeah, I mean, but also, why? There's probably a good reason. Shout out Eric Armstead, local guy. So who else is on the list? Whitey Gleason is going to hop in here with Kayla Anderson. Technically, Kayla could be honorable mention because there are a couple. There's a K-A-E. There's a K-A-Y. Kayla might be on that list too. Is Whitey Gleason on the list? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Stay up to date on Sacramento sports. Join the Sactown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit SactownSports.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Get more for your money at Elk Grove Chevrolet, where value meets style. Lease a new Chevrolet Trax for just $199 per month plus tax. Enjoy its roomy backseat, flat rear window, and simple, attractive interior packed with an 11-inch touchscreen, wireless Apple CarPlay, and wireless charging. The Trax delivers more for less. Visit myelkgrovechevrolet.com today for full lease details and see why the Trax is such a smart choice.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Right now at Maida Subaru, get 2 season passes to Sierra at Tahoe with purchase or lease of any new Maida Subaru. Plus great Maida Subaru savings on every new Subaru. Learn more at maidasubaru.com.
And 1226.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
It turns out more names are actually annoying than not. Linda on the chat says Sean. That's a good one. SHAWN, SEAN, SHAUN. Brandon on the chat says there were 4 different versions of Brandon in my graduating class. Amid Rock says Dominic with a C, Dominic with a CK, Dominique as well.
Then we just have Neek.
There are a lot of there are a lot of Jacksons. That's a hot name. That's a hot name these days.
Aubrey is a crazy one.
Aubrey?
Yeah.
It's a hot name.
You can name it so many different ways.
There are a lot of Aubreys running around. Jackson, there's Jackson like the Jackson 5. There's Jackson with an X. And then I think the last one, XS. Is that Jackson Dart?
X
and then an S?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which,
yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know who that's really annoying for is people like an athlete sitting there and they're doing a signing because people will come up and they'll say the name and they'll write and go, no, it's with a U or no, it's, and it's like, why aren't you telling me before I started
That's why
writing?
you just ask them.
Yeah.
Oh, Haley's one.
Haley, another one from the 209. Aaron is a good one. AAER, just the A. And Ramsey, our guy Ramsey says Jalen. Jalen is a good shout. JALE, JAY,
LIN.
Yeah, he's got them all. A lot of different ways to spell Jalen. And you know what, Whitey? We're here with Whitey Gleason and Kayla Anderson. You know what, Whitey? There's another thing. I mean, this happens when I'm doing the River Cats games, and I don't say it because a lot of times, whether they're kids or adults, so you know, the Cat Crew will pick somebody, and they'll come over and they'll say, "Hey, Alan," it's for example Jalen. And I'm just writing it down on my piece of paper so that I know what to say when I'm announcing it. But sometimes they'll watch. Most of the time it's kids, but sometimes adults. They'll watch and they'll say it's J. I'm like, I don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. But thank you. You know, it's not going to be up anywhere. To be fair, I guess they don't know that. But hey, I'm just writing this just so I know. Hey, it's JXSON.
You know what does matter, Alan, is today's Prop Talk. That's what
yeah,
matters.
we have Prop Talk today.
Special edition of Prop Talk for today.
Prop Talk?
Yeah.
Look at Alan's face.
What is the Prop Talk?
Prop Talk is what's the over-under on how heavy Alan's plate is going to be.
5 pounds.
5 pounds of what?
How many nice plates are you going to get?
Oh, somebody, because
nice plate, Alan.
Yeah. Well, Scott Marsh, he knows the joke because he was listening to the show. So he doesn't count. But we need to see how many nice plates I get. All right.
Did you guys hear that follow-up when
I did.
they had food last week downstairs? Scott Marsh. Got him.
Commented in his office.
A lot of different.
Enjoy the party. We're going to be working.
Yeah,
Enjoy
you're going to
the
be
party.
working full show today.
Full show.
That's
pretty
kind
much.
of weird.
Yeah.
I'm not here as a full-time employee,
Mm-hmm.
but I will say that is very weird that you guys have a party and
I
you
get the
guys
message.
are not invited.
I don't know
you're
what
on air.
my argument would
Very
be.
weird.
What, you just do it at night?
You just record stuff and
Yeah,
or have
well,
like
I
a
mean, that
guest
sounds
or
like a
something.
Whitey Boss conversation
No,
to
I'm
me.
just, this is just me
Come
as an
on,
outsider.
Kayla, don't start
I'm
stuff now.
sorry. I'm sorry. I was just a
That
little
sounds
bit
like
confused.
it could have been figured out, you know. But I wouldn't want to do that if I were the afternoon show, because what, you do 2 hours and then you come in. But I'm already when I'm in schmooze mode. You know what I mean? I don't want to leave schmooze mode to now I got to do a show.
Record the first couple hours.
I'm in schmooze mode and I'm full.
I don't think
from my
everyone
nice plate.
has a schmooze mode like you do.
Oh yeah, today is a big day for me.
Yeah, I heard.
Today is a
about 25.
huge day for me, and I'm very excited, as you can tell. But I'm definitely excited for the drive over, listening to The Drive Guys.
Ba-dum.
Come on, Kyle.
That's a
Senor
shirt
Segway
name.
strikes again. There you go.
Solid.
What's coming up on the show today?
Bobby Marks is going to be with us today.
Okay, what time is that at?
That's at 2:30.
Okay, I might be arriving, but I'm gonna stay in the car and make sure I listen before I head upstairs.
And Stevie Johnson today at 4 o'clock.
Then I'll pop down after the raffles, after I win my flat screen TV, and I'll be walking with it to the car, and I'll be listening to Stevie
So the rest
Johnson.
of the show doesn't mean anything to you, I guess. Just a guess.
Well, you were bringing up a lot of good points before the show that I wanted to kind of listen,
buttering you up.
listen deeper on.
He's already getting a schmooze mode.
Yeah, he needs
Keon
to warm up a little
You know,
bit.
I really do like how, Whitey, you're always able to just flip the negatives into positives, but do it in such a legitimate and a clean way that feels unforced.
You haven't schmoozed in a while, have you?
I'm getting loose. Speaking
It's
of
a little
schmoozing,
rusty.
Kyle Draper was here. He barged in.
Yeah, I heard about
Still wouldn't do crosstalk, but he did come in and he left about 2 minutes later. He just walked in and barged out of here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But at least
it
he
was good
said
to see
hi.
him. It was good to see him. And yeah.
You guys have always had a very complicated relationship.
We have.
Yeah.
Oh,
we
you
have.
have? I didn't.
We
know.
have. I'm still waiting for him. I had a text, or I sent him a text on his last day, okay? Because he's talking about me and, hey, Allen is this and that. And he's like my, Padawan or whatever it is. So I sent him a text. And it's a very nice text, Whitey. I say, hey, Draper, thanks for everything. Signed your mini, or whatever it was. And he never responded. Then I saw him at the game, and I said, Draper, you're saying all this stuff to me, and then you didn't respond to the text. And he said, well, I saw the text. You know what I mean? I said it, I brought it up.
I saw the text. You're
Big
my
guy.
guy.
Big guy, I saw the text. Sometimes I don't got to respond to the text. So that's Kyle Draper, and yeah, he showed up, and then he left. He showed up, probably did a Mercedes-Benz read, and, talked about his outstanding Mercedes of Stockton
like a kid
relationship.
in a candy store.
Oh, my goodness.
Seats.
I'm a bigger guy, so I need the space. We know, Draper. Enough with it, man. Give it a rest already. Well, yeah, I am obviously in a great mood.
Yeah.
Okay? Do you want me to pass along any schmoozing?
No.
Anybody you want me to talk to for you?
No, that's fine. You
Okay.
do you. Thank you, though. That's really, really kind of you.
Last time they had their separate food and they had a taco bar. So you do your separate food buffet and then you get the taco bar, which they're making the tortillas, right?
Oh,
Not the
cool.
tortillas, but they're making the meat.
If you
Well, they're
really
not
want
the meat, but they're
The
warming up
meat or
meat.
the tortillas?
They're
Which one?
warming up the meat
What?
on the
Jeez
flat
Louise.
top.
Call us later and give us an update on what
I
we're
could do
missing.
that.
Or bring us by a plate. That would be recommended.
That
Out of his
I
way.
thought you were schmoozing. It's not schmoozing right there.
You know what? If I win a wireless or if I win a Bluetooth speaker, I'll give it to you. Because
Thanks,
that's what we
Alex.
all
You're so
need.
kind.
Another Bluetooth speaker. How about that?
Right.
Yes, Merry
Okay.
Christmas. Nothing says Merry Christmas like another Bluetooth
That's
speaker.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. And look, if I win one, hey, thank you to our bosses. I love
No,
Bluetooth
you guys are lucky
speakers.
you're getting a Christmas party because in the past 10 years of my career, whether it be TV or radio, we did not have one Christmas party, one bonus, one nothing.
What?
Yep. So Y'all are lucky that you're even getting anything.
Okay, no, yeah, and that's how I
Alan
feel.
is lucky.
Yeah.
I am very lucky.
Yeah.
You know, I
I'm
love
sorry.
Bluetooth speakers.
You are lucky.
Yes, yeah, not Whitey because he's stuck here. But I love Bluetooth speakers. I love them. You can play the music and be in a different room, and the music still plays.
That's how they work.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Tremendous.
It's pretty cool. Some of them are waterproof. Some of them aren't, right? It's great. I like them either way. Okay, anybody listening out there? Whitey, what did you think of the fact that I didn't really get to talk to you too much about the 48 hours in the trades where the 15th and the 16th, and a lot of people thinking, hey, there's going to be a trade because you can then send that person somewhere else like we saw with Dennis Schroeder. Nothing ended up happening. Were you surprised or did you expect not much to happen?
I wasn't surprised. I was hoping that they might do something like DeRozan to the Clips, John Collins back, and then be able to flip him. That's kind of what I was hoping. I'd never heard that was necessarily in the works, but that's what I was hoping, something like that.
Yeah, that would have been interesting because then you've had him, it's kind of a mini tryout and he's expiring too.
Exactly.
So you make a decision there. That's a good one, Whitey, but I guess not a lot of teams cared too much about it because nobody did anything. Well, Tua is taking a seat on the bench there, Kayla. And Quinn Ewers segue strikes again. And Quinn Ewers is going to get his opportunity.
I thought I got away from that kid.
Tua is bad, right?
Look, yes, I think we all can agree when he got drafted, there were some red flags. But I think the moment it all changed was after the concussions. I mean, I think he just changed all around as a player. He wasn't ever, I think, the best quarterback you would want, but I feel like at parts, they would give him parts and pieces, and his line is not bad. His line is not bad.
Yeah.
But just the concussions after that, I think it was kind of done.
Yeah. And then they paid him.
And then they paid him. And it's like I heard your segment earlier about you got to learn your lessons.
Yeah.
I'd agree with you, but we also have a major quarterback issue right now in the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just benching guys and bringing guys up that are 44 or trying to play a 7th round pick and seeing if it sticks like Brock Purdy did. It's just a wild time for quarterback sustainment as a starter.
Alan was asking on Twitter or X if Kyler Murray might be a good fit for the Dolphins.
Oh, God. Alan!
Well, honestly.
It was Kyler for Tua swap.
Kyler for Tua swap. Our guy, Sterling Bennett, said that the Cardinals would say no because Kyler signed earlier, so Tua is more expensive than Kyler. So he said, Alan, I don't think that they're going to do it. But I also don't know what the Cardinals are going to do because I don't think they stunk bad enough to get they could take a quarterback, but I don't know if they stunk bad enough to get an actual start your franchise.
But what is that anymore?
I don't know.
What is that anymore?
And a lot of people
Really?
have been on that note that you were saying, Kayla, the fact that you have to call up Phillip Rivers. We know there's familiarity, but Cam Newton felt some type of way.
Yeah.
But any of these guys, what are y'all doing?
What are you doing?
The third string quarterbacks, what are you actually doing if you're a young guy? There's a development issue, and some people agree, some people disagree. I know we all agree that we can't wait to listen to the Drive guys, Whitey Gleason, Kayla Anderson, and Jay Johnson. We got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. I'll see you at the holiday party. Thank you to Kyle Ledbetter. Thank you to all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thank you for all of the ideas for shirts. I can't wait to make them. Until tomorrow, it's good night. Don't
forget about podcast.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help.